Hey, welcome everybody. I see a few people have already started popping in, so thanks for joining. If you guys got any questions or anything, feel free to hit me up. Let me know what you got going on. Hey, how's it going, Anthony? Just gonna get this Klee Trial quest going on. Been sitting on this one a couple of days. I think it's a little past due.
Come in, take a seat.
I see we got a few more people in here, so welcome. Thanks for joining. If you guys got questions, feel free to ask. And thanks for jumping in so quick. Kind of decided to get the streams started today. I'll probably be doing this, I think, once a week, probably most Saturday nights, I think is my plan right now. Unless something changes, but right now that's kind of the plan that I have going for it.
Hey, amigo. Do you want to hear my latest composition? I put my whole heart into it, and also my soul. How about it, amigo? Huh? The most macho in Mondstadt. She's a little girlie who wears red. That's right. I found this out one day about half a month ago, when I went up to the Storm Bear Mountains looking for inspiration for my new song. Guess what happened?
What happened?
I witnessed the most powerful destructive force I have ever seen in my life. I'm telling you, it completely changed the whole landscape in that part of the mountains.
Holy moly!
I was hiding behind a bush and I saw this little girlie in red clothing running into the distance, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. But I don't know if anyone will believe me.
Now that you mention it, the idea of a tiny little girl wielding that much destructive power is a little far-fetched.
You want to know what I think? I think she has a treasure nobody else knows about. Maybe even the most powerful treasure in all of Mondstadt.
Did you say treasure? Did Paimon imagine that, or did you hear it too?
It's just a guess. I mean, no. It's a bard's razor-sharp intuition.
I'll take your word for now.
Thank you, amigo. I am so happy to meet a true amigo. Who would have thought?
So, this girl, what's her name?
I do not know her name. I do not see her often in Mondstadt. Hey, I'm telling the truth. You gotta believe me.
Doesn't sound like much to go on. But thanks for your intel.
Yeah, he's definitely talking about Klee.
What would you like? What'll it be today?
Michael, yeah, Mona is, in my opinion, probably one of the most effective 5-star characters on the current roster. Kind of depends on how you build her and who you attempt to build around her. But she's really strong. She has really high output DPS. I set her up myself with attack and critical, but yeah, she's really good. I definitely don't have any complaints about it for sure. I had already had some experience playing with the character
I don't pay much attention to
from
that sort
Pioneer
of thing.
Test, And from doing that, I knew when the game came out that I was really going to want to go ahead and make sure I got her here, which I managed to get her, I don't want to say quickly, but I got her pretty quick, so I was happy about that.
Huh. Paimon thought bartenders had some kind of
Hey,
special
welcome.
information sources.
I don't know how to say your name. Kanoi? Kanoi? I'll just call you 2K. What's up?
Exactly! That's what Paimon was getting at!
I have no involvement in any intelligence gathering operation. But if you made me pick someone, it would be the Dark Knight hero.
Oh good, I'm
I've heard
glad I
some
wasn't so
stories
far off
about
then.
him. Apparently, he once rescued a city dweller from the Abyss Order.
When I get into the portion of this quest here, when it actually gets to the Klee Trial portion of the quest, I'm gonna swap in a few other Animo characters and kind of see how her bombs play with a few of the other effects. I know that Jean's effects play really well with Klee's bombs, but I've never gotten a good opportunity to test them with Venti or with Sucrose, or even really, I've done a little testing with Animo Traveler, but I want to see a little bit more of that. Yeah, Anthony, you have to be AR32 before the Klee quest will unlock, and once you've unlocked, once you hit 32, your dailies that you complete every day, the purple daily quests, will add points towards like the 30, I think it's 32, 34, and 36 AR quests for trials, which I think there's a Klee, Jean, and Venti, I think, are the 3 trials right now.
Speaking of the Abyss Order, their minions are really stirring up trouble all over the place, aren't they?
Hey, I'm doing some adventurers training. Alcohol tolerance training, to be precise. Want to join me?
Yeah, no problem. Oh, just ignore his question.
You want to know who I think the toughest fighter is? In my opinion, that would be the finest adventurer of them all, Stanley.
Who?
Guildmaster Cyrus is up there with the toughest, too. But only Stanley can take on the bloodthirsty beasts of the Mare Javari.
Bloodthirsty beasts of the Mar Javari? Sounds terrifying. Do you think you'd be scared if you were faced with one of those? Sensible choice. Safety first and all that.
What would you like?
Hi! Are you here to try Mondstadt's famous wine, too? The strongest fighter of them all? That would be Jean, obviously.
He's probably right.
Why? Grandmaster Jean is so
Jean is definitely a
strong.
great character.
She can take out a ruin guard with just a few slashes of her sword. And she
Before I
could
got
wipe out
Mona,
the
Jean was
3
pretty much
Hillichil
my damage
tribes
carry
of Dada
and
Upa
my
Gorge
healer at the
all
same
by
time.
herself. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such a carefree existence with nothing to do.
It's true that Jean makes people feel they're in safe hands. Meanwhile, this guy is drunk as a skunk. Patton was right about one thing. If everyone's got their own opinion and can't be persuaded, how are we ever gonna find out who Mondstadt's strongest fighter is?
My understanding of the materials in the wild is that they reset every 24 hours. I might be mistaken on that, but my understanding of it was that it was every 24 hours. And that seems consistent with what I've kind of encountered when I go back to try to get things that I've already gathered, usually the next day. As long as it's, been within 24 hours, or, more than 24 hours, rather. they've been back whenever I go over there. As far as dungeons and world bosses are a week, like Andreas and Storm Terror. But dungeons, you can run those as much as you want, I believe. At least the ones for all of your artifacts and your ascension materials, all that sort of thing. And yeah, the bosses do have a timer on them. Well, Andreas has a timer on him, but I don't think Storm Terrors has one on it. I'll just check. I should be able to do that now.
What would you like?
So at the bottom of this is the wolf timer. I got 8 hours left on that one because I did that one almost a week ago. But I don't think Storm Terrors has one. No, it doesn't seem to have one, but kind of for me, for best results in tracking both of them, because I know that they both take the same amount of time, I just make sure that I do them in a pair, so I do one and then just go do the other one, so I know when their timers are both up at the same time. Well, that was not what I was trying to do. And to everybody in here, if you have any questions or anything, just feel free to shoot them at me. I'm more than happy to answer anything you might have. So far I'm AR 34, working towards 35, but currently working on the Klee quest. But if you got questions about any past content or anything, just go for it.
Strongest fighter in Mondstadt? Huh. I am sorry, but I cannot help. I do not have any relevant documentation on that topic.
Oh, well that sucks. Paimon was hoping he would at least make the top 5.
Well, although I do not have the data to make such an assessment, I will say that my faith in our honorary knight's abilities has never wavered. Which reminds me, recently, one of the Abyss Order's mages has been active near the city.
Oh yeah, the in-game lore books have most of what I've used to make the lore videos so far, except for character-specific ones. I've kind of had to dive into the manga and the characters' actual friendship level story stuff that you unlock as you play through the game, and as you do, like, you know, your dungeons and your ley lines and all that stuff, you'll unlock more of those.
Given your, well, high-ranking fighting strength, I trust you will be able to help keep the area safe.
Awesome! After he beats the Abyss
And I do have a
Order,
few lore videos already written that I'm going to be working on
on
in the near-ish future. I might actually go ahead and take a break from the Scale videos long enough to maybe put in 1 or 2 lore videos somewhere in the process. Not guaranteeing that right now, just because I'm kind of on a stride, but yeah, right now I've already gotten all the way through an Amber video that I'm gonna do for her backstory, and I've already got one pretty much written up for Jean as well. But there's still some stuff that I want to work on for that one before I go forward with making a video for it.
Well, either way, smashing the Abyss Order to bits is the right thing to do.
I like your enthusiasm. It is infectious. But be careful out there.
Yeah, that is actually my goal. So right now, like, I'm pushing on with the scale until I've done every character. I've already done testing that's necessary for the scale on every known playable character with the exception of 2. So I'm going to make them for all of those. Those 2 exceptions are Xiao and Kamisato Ayaka, because those characters haven't been playable in an extended period of time. Everybody else, I've already done the testing necessary to go ahead and put them up against my metric system. So yeah, those will all be pretty much working continuously until I finish all of those videos over the next few weeks. And then, yeah, my goal after that will be to also do lore videos on the backgrounds for every character in the game, as well as any new regions or any theory topics that I can, think of. I've actually got a few other theory topics that I've been kind of bouncing things around, but I'm trying to do some, side research and stuff for that right now.
Hey, look! There's some writing on here. Explosion inside city wall. Grounded be thy woe. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful. Mondstadt be bombed. Klee be doomed? Yikes! Mr. Kaya wrote these down for me. They're, survival rules. Survival rules? Yeah. Rules that I must absolutely never break under any circumstances. Otherwise, something terrible would happen. Yep. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Klee. I've heard all about you guys. You're the honorary knight who helps Mondstadt. Wow! More recognition, yay! Paimon is so happy right now. I heard it from Amber. But wait, no! There's no time for this right now. I'm dealing with a big emergency. I grabbed my map and ran as fast as I could all the way here.
Yeah, they've got a really solid base for the lore of this game established before it even came out. And that's really one of the things that hooked me early on about this game, was all of the legwork that they had already put in before anybody even first put their hands on it in a beta test. So like, I just kind of started to dive into it and realized how much depth was there, and I've really had a lot of fun kind of exploring it and sharing it with everybody. On the weekly bosses? Oh, absolutely. You should use your resin to complete the weekly bosses. Storm Terror and Andreas are going to be probably some of the best rewards you'll get each week.
And she has treasure. Seriously? Klee gets Six-Finger Jose's vote for strongest fighter in Mondstadt? What is wrong with people? Lost treasure is a big deal. Let us help you find it. Yay! Thanks, you guys! Here's where the map says the treasure should be. I put a circle around it. I also put a wooden sign in the ground at the place where I buried it, to make it easier to find. Paimon is starting to understand how this treasure went missing so easily. Come on, Mr. Honorary Knight, let's go! Treasure's gone, but you seem oddly awfully happy.
Definitely not passing up any of this stuff.
We're here! This is the place! Look! This is where my huge treasure was buried!
And where there's now a huge empty hole in the ground. It's an abyss mage! Hey, maybe he's the one Jean was warning us about. What's that in his hand?
My treasure!
What?
I see the little girl has brought her friends with her. Time for a change of plan.
Yeah, I don't... Oh, are you talking about Mona's sprinting animation, Kanoi? Kanoi... I still don't know if I'm saying that right. Kanoi... Kanoi?
Hey, you! If you think you're so tough, get back here and fight!
What's an abyss mage? I play in the forest all the time, but I've never seen one before. He looks so cute.
Game's up! Now hand it over!
Yeah, one of the other greatest things about Mona's sprint is that she actually is a good deal faster than everybody else's sprint, as I understand it. So, and it does seem to show when you're actually out and about. You definitely feel like you're moving quicker than everybody else. Doesn't hurt that I also have 2 animos though, so I have the elemental resonance buff for double animo going.
You fools think I would give this up so easily after what I've been through to acquire it?
Yup.
Careful, Klee. Don't be drawn in by it. Abyss mages are the bad guys.
Oh, that's right. Grandmaster Jean says that stealing is wrong.
Freeze!
That girl's lucky she didn't come alone. Otherwise, I'd...
But if we could just get him to give it back...
Where'd he go? The Abyss Mage. He just disappeared. What's going on? A gateway to a domain! The Abyss Mage must have snuck inside!
Noticed. Welcome. Hey, what's going on, Adieta? Adieta? I don't know how to say that either.
Klee, do you need a rest? Why don't you wait here while we get your treasure back for you?
No! I'm coming with you. It's my treasure that Mr. Fluffball stole, and it's up to me to get it
Mr.
back.
Fluffball.
Don't worry, Klee is a big girl. Come on, Mr. Honorary Knight, let's go.
back. Yeah, mostly what I want to try is with, well, I did want to try a few things out with Sucrose as well. I'm not too worried that I won't be able to get things done for bumping Beidou. Oh, Sucrose is exploring. Let's see if it'll let me. Yeah, let's just swap her in. She's got level 1, but I don't need her to be leveled for what I'm trying to test with her anyways. Alright, well, I might as well just start with some of those things. Let's just go ahead and put these down. So the one thing that the best interaction that I've ever found for that is that Jean can literally pull all of her bombs together and just shoot them and stuff. It's a great reaction. You can actually do a lot of nice synergy with that, because as opposed to just hoping that the enemies run into all the mines, you can basically guarantee that they run into all the mines, which is always really nice. And since she can actually throw them out twice, you can still do it with all of them as well. Jean's definitely got the best synergy with Klee that I've found. But I know that the Traveler can also interact with it. What I haven't checked to see is if Venti has any. No, so that doesn't seem to have any impact, but it doesn't mean that his ult won't. Wait and put down some more of those. Yeah, well, see, the difference with like Animo Travelers is all he can do is pull them in towards him with Palm Vortex, or he can bring them into the tornado, but that'll just send them off in a straight line. So like your ability to control is kind of limited, at least compared to what Jean can create. Okay, well, that's kind of disappointing that didn't catch all of those. Okay, so yeah, Venti can't do anything with the mines. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping that was gonna pull them all into there. That would have been really cool. Oh well. Let's see what Sucrose can get done. Okay, well, I don't know how useful that'll be overall, but it does have some impact on them. I guess it would be kind of more comparable to, again, what Animo Traveler does whenever the bombs are down, because he can kind of draw them in. So it looks like that's pretty much what her effect is too. I imagine her ult will probably have a better overall impact than her basic elemental skill.
Stand clear.
Yeah, that's pretty minimal impact overall. I mean, it's there. I'm sure there could still be uses for it, but I don't know if it's going to be the greatest overall synergy available, at least certainly not compared to what Jean can do with them. I should have known that was too close. That does pretty good damage.
La la la.
It's definitely not bad. Oh, regretting not bringing... Oh, you know what? Klee should be able to bust those anyways. Yep. this stuff here first before I press on. Kinda wish it would just blow those up instead of setting them on fire. Let's go over here first. Oh, come on. Alright, fine. Gotta go around that side. So I've got my Venti currently built to utilize recharge and elemental mastery, because basically what you're really what you want Venti for is his elemental burst, and also for the ability to target weak points. It gives you a good deal of control over, you know, more powerful enemies, but also in places like the Spiral Abyss. Having Venti's elemental burst around will make your life a lot easier. For instance, before I got, well actually right after I got Venti, I went into the Spiral Abyss and started trying to work on Abyss 4-4. And I was struggling to even get 1 star per floor. I got Venti, and he was, like I said, just sitting on the bench, but I decided, you know, okay, I'll take Amber out, I'll put Venti in and see what happens, and I 3-starred all of the floors just because of his elemental burst. It made a huge difference. Okay, I'm gonna guess I probably need to destroy this then. Hey, CM, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can just show you what I've done with my Venti at current. He's currently at 50. I've got him with an elemental mastery bow at the moment that increases elemental burst skill damage, which is really nice. It definitely, you know, lends into, like, I mostly just need him for his elemental burst, which is why I have him set up with recharge and elemental mastery. So whenever you get those swirl reactions, they're going to be that much punchier. You know, you're going to get that much more out of them. And with energy recharge, you're going to be able to do that more frequently for, you know, all the extra little E attacks that you throw out. So every time you throw out his main elemental ability, Skyward Sonnet, every time you do that, you're going to gain that much more energy for your attempts. So yeah, basically the whole idea that I have set up for him is just to generate those elemental bursts quickly, and then, you know, just switch to another character and start mixing those reactions up really fast so that I get, you know, the most for it. Nothing feels worse than just completely wasting your elemental burst frequently. And Klee just walks under the lasers. Yeah, with his elemental burst, it's it's pretty much the most important thing in his kit, I think. Like, it's nice to have the aim shots, and I definitely, you know, utilize them for bosses or for enemies that are sitting on top of you know, watchtowers and stuff like that, to just go ahead and knock them down to a level that's more attainable. But it's not really the main reason why I keep him around. And, you know, maybe for general overworld he may not be the best character, but for things like Spiral Abyss or dungeons, he's very good in that environment. I kind of keep him with me in the overworld because of the double animo bonus is very nice. I've gotten very spoiled by its presence, and I have not been able to convince myself to take it away. Okay, Sucrose's ult does not move the mines at all. It set the ult on fire, but it didn't move them. That is also disappointing. Oh, did not mean to do that. Down here. Yeah, Venti's charged E is definitely nice. I've definitely had a lot of very positive interactions with that ability. I don't really have any complaints about it. It's not as punchy, obviously, as his Elemental Burst. You wouldn't even expect that, but yeah, it's definitely good. It's a worthwhile skill just to throw out here and there if you've already primed some elements. Yeah, recharge is definitely nice.
You followed me. I must say, I'm impressed. But this is as far.
Well, the one problem that I've found with Venti's Elemental Burst is, at least with regard to attacking bosses, is that it can't suck them into it, so you end up completely whiffing with the ult if they move out of it. You know, obviously, like mid-sized bosses, things like the Abyss Mages or the Fatui Mages or all of the Fatui enemies, most of them will stay in it. So there's that at least, and it can usually generate a lot of very positive reactions from that. Currently, I'm on floor 7
What are you gonna do?
in the Abyss. I've got, for my first team, oh god, off the top of my head, I'm trying to remember what it was that I was using.
Treasure shall be your undoing.
For my first team, I had Beidou, I had Ningguang, Barbara, and Chongyun, I believe. And my second team was... No, I think Chongyun was in my second team. Who did I... No, I had Amber as my fourth in the first team. And in my second team, I had Mona, Jean, Chongyun, and... I'm trying to remember who the fourth was on that. Mona, Jean... I don't remember who my fourth is in that right now. I'd go to my party window and I probably would be able to tell you.
Oh, how you fret now your predicament is finally clear to you. Now,
Yeah, I suppose I could see why you would stop using Beidou if you have Diluc in your party, and Fischl is already occupying her element, so yeah, you can kind of run a different kind of group dynamic in that instance. That did not go well for him.
No! I broke the survival rules. Explosions can hurt people. Jean can be dreadful.
Oh, Venti. Yeah, duh. Yeah, Venti is my fourth in that party. Amber's my fourth in the first party. Venti's my fourth in the second party. I don't know why I couldn't think of, like, literally the most obvious one, because we've just been talking about him the whole time.
Wait! So Klee's treasure is a bomb? Paimon, for one, is never picking a fight with her, ever.
Actually, now that I'm thinking on it, I think I have Venti and Amber together in my first party. Yeah, I actually have a picture of what I used for it.
Seems like it.
I can just take a look at that here shortly.
Well then, let's head to the Knight's headquarters and report
Mostly
the
just to
team.
well, for one, she's one of the only like other leveled characters that I had like prepared enough to go there. So I didn't want to have to invest in other characters. But here's the thing about Amber. She has a lot of very positive synergistic reactions with Jean, and Jean was the first 5-star character that I had gotten. So I early on I was building pretty much everything around those two characters. And so a lot of the times whenever you have a negative exchange with Baron Bunny where it's out of place or it's been knocked away, Jean can just push it straight back into the enemy. So you get a lot of very, like, you know, beneficial exchanges there, which makes it, she basically makes up for a lot of Amber's shortcomings. which is really nice. And furthermore, I like to have Amber around when possible, and I don't really use her much now because I have Venti for the same purpose, though, which is for weak point strikes. So against more powerful enemies, you can just headshot them or hit them in their, in the eye for like Ruin Hunters and Ruin Guards. It's really nice to have archers around for those sorts of things. Yeah, and honest to goodness, I think that is the biggest reason why I started making the scale, CM, is that the tier lists, to me, come off very vague. They almost kind of seem like, okay, these characters are good because somebody says so. And when I set out to start making the scale, the idea behind it is, I don't want to decide who's good. I want a system of metrics that will tell me who is good. And that way I can build a party around specific needs. And if you have a specific character that you're trying to, pull for, you have a good idea of what their balance is and what they're good at. Not necessarily like, oh, hey, this character is S tier. Okay, great. That doesn't really tell me a lot. I guess they're good. And yeah, I would say in general, like, yeah, tier lists are very new. Like, there's no way that everybody can test every possible reaction right now, or every combination of things, not to mention the fact that basically almost nobody has gotten a character to 90 from the tests that we've had access to. I want to say in Pioneer we had longer access than just about any of the other beta tests, and I don't know if anybody made it to 90 there. And they're like, if you're not reaching endgame, how can you make a fully determined tier list on what to expect at endgame? And that's one of the reasons why I've made the scale the way I have right now with no constellations, and it's all based on level 60 input. So basically now you have a good idea of what growth to mid-game is going to look like. And for free-to-play players especially, not having a tier list based on C6 constellation builds makes more sense. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mobile users do struggle with weak spots, for sure. I've played the game on my phone a good bit, and whenever I'm on Venti or Amber, hitting weak points is pretty rough.
You're here too?
So I have 8 characters that are leveled up a bit. Only 3 of them are level 60 at the moment. The other ones, Venti is 50, and then I have 4 characters, I believe, that are at 40. I've done a few ley lines for picking up specifically the character leveling items, so that I can go ahead and press characters forward if I need to. But for the most part, I think I've gotten most of my experience items from finding chests. Yeah, exactly, Nee. Yeah, not a whole lot of people have hit 90, so really, like, creating a tier list right now, I think, is a little bit like a true tier list, from B to S or however they're doing them. It's just vague. It doesn't really tell you a lot, and that's why I started making this scale, because I've always been the kind of gamer that has to come at it with numbers. I want to understand why things are adding up the way they are, and I figured if I was going to get that deep into it, I might as well share it with everybody. So I had already started the process of doing all of that before I had access to all of the characters at the same time, and then when I had that, I realized, what a phenomenal godsend that was in being able to tally up all this data. And so after a certain point, once I got to world level 5, I pretty much just spent 2 weeks just beating on the same enemy for like 6 or 8 hours a day with various characters and different interactions and different exchanges, trying to test every single thing I could to basically get all the results that I've been sharing with you guys in the scale videos. Yeah, and pretty much that's what I use my mobile phone for, or what I use my phone for as well. CM, like if I'm out and about or something, if I'm sitting in a lobby or something waiting, I'll do a dungeon. But usually what I'll do is I'll knock the difficulty down one level so that I don't have to worry about dying as much.
Why is that?
Because like at world level 3, like doing level 60 dungeons can get a little tricky, and on the phone it gets a little gnarly.
But Mr. Fluffball was only a thief.
I do appreciate it,
blow
Adita.
up.
Hey, come on now. Paimon already told you that the Abyss Mages are the bad guys. And actually, they're the worst kind of bad guys you can imagine. They don't just hate the good guys, they hate all people. Their enemy is humanity itself.
Mr. Fluffball was a bad guy on purpose? Mr. Fluffball is the enemy of humanity. What? I don't get it.
Yeah, he might not have wanted to skip all the dialogue. For one, like the story in the game is actually good, and they've done a lot of work to write an effective story in this game. And there's just so much good lore content here. If you skip over it, you're just gonna blast through this thing faster than I think they intended. That said, did your friend find all the chests and complete a lot of the achievements? Because that takes a little bit. It takes quite a bit of time, especially if you're going for like 800 chests in Leeway. That one takes a while.
This was an oversight on my part.
I haven't even finished it on here yet.
I did not tell you these things before because you are still young. In fact, the Abyss Order is a hostile force in Mondstadt, which has been unusually active lately.
Yeah, the story is originally what hooked me for this game before I'd even had any actual exposure to the true gameplay. So yeah, I'm the same way if it wasn't obvious from, my earlier videos.
They were tracking down poor Klee because they heard rumors about her treasure.
Yeah, Anthony, I've played a few other gachas. I played, I think my first gacha that I really spent much time on was Sword Art Online Memory Defrag. I spent a good amount of time playing that. A couple of other ones that I didn't play long enough, really. And then I did play Epic 7 for a good long time as well. And I still dabble with that one every now and then, but that game kind of infuriates me sometimes. So I'm kind of, I don't know, moving on.
So
Oh, I'm on the America servers, Park.
In light of your contribution on this matter, I will allow you to
it's
take
9
part
p.m.
in the next
EST here.
Harpastum.
Ludi Harpastum? Whoa! Mr. Honorary Knight, you've gotta come too!
Whoop-de-doo! It's a happy ending!
Except...
Except what?
Klee, where did you hide the treasure to begin with?
W13.
Were you trying to blow up the fish in Starfell Lake again?
I wasn't! I swear I wasn't!
She's giving us that look that means play along.
Klee?
I'll see myself to solitary confinement.
Solitary confinement.
Paimon bets Klee must get bored in there all by herself. Guess who?
That's Paimon's voice I hear.
Need help busting out? Okay.
Ooh, yes, please! Wait, no, I can't. Klee needs to be a good girl and think about what she did. Stop tempting me. Anyway, while I'm grounded, I'm making an extra special new treasure, the Ludi Harpastum version.
When you say
I am
treasure-
thinking that I don't know, I think compared to the last time I did this, I think that they might have had the voice actor for Klee redo this. It just doesn't sound the same. It's definitely the same voice, but I think they may have had her deliver the lines differently.
The shape of a harpastum and
I need to go back and listen
so
to my other
cute.
recordings for those, I think.
Just wait for Ludi Harpastum. Oh yeah, they're gonna love it.
Yeesh, if Jean was listening to this, Klee might find herself grounded for an awful lot longer.
Oh, that was actually a really good experience. Nice. I have the Gene Trial now, too. Nice. I've already got the character, but it'll definitely be a good experience. No, Cleo's not in the banners as of yet. She'll probably, like, if I had to make a guess, she'll probably be the next exclusive banner like Venti is currently. I do believe her and Zal are the only 2 5 stars that are not currently available, I think. Off the top of my head, I do believe that's accurate. Alright, time to put Beidou back in.
Alright, let's go.
Well, I guess I could start on that right away, but I don't know, I kinda wanna go take care of a few other things before I get started on the Gene Trial, unless anybody wanted me to go ahead and do that one now. So my general thoughts on Geo is that it's with one exception, it's pretty much a support element. It's basically meant to generate shields. Geo Traveler doesn't really have a good amount of overall output, and since it doesn't have any beneficial damage reactions, it kind of limits your capabilities for direct output, which is why Animo Traveler out-damages it so much, you know, very, very easily. So it's kind of, you know, just I definitely feel like it's a support element, basically. I don't think it's bad. In fact, I actually think that Ningguang is a really, really good character that does a lot of damage. She is one of the characters that I have leveled up at the moment as well, but she's only at 40 currently. Yeah. I haven't really had the extra. I think I've already ascended her, but yeah, she's ascended to 50. I just haven't invested the materials to make her any higher. But no, I mean, Geo can be a beneficial element to have around for shields, and Ningguang herself does do a lot of damage, but Geo Traveler, on the other hand, not as much. And I'm not saying that there's not people out there that may find ways to make Geo Traveler effective in a damage role, but there's so many characters I believe that can just do that job better. And yeah, Aditya, I'm hoping that Zal will come after the Klee banner. Honestly, like, Klee is very good.
Scry the sky.
In my test, Klee's attack is no joke. Like, she definitely is one of the best damage dealers in the game. And I'm sure, you know, if some of you guys here have watched the scale videos and you've seen the damage charts that I've put together, you'll notice that Klee is near or at the top on most of them. But that said, my base team is not really built around pyro reactions, so I'm kind of more built around swirling hydro and electro reactions, so that's kind of the whole focus that I have. I'm AR 34 Knights. Yeah, that's actually exactly what I would recommend using, Edita. That's what I have on my Mona as well, and I do think I have that same... I think I might have like a GIMP version of that on my Ningguang. Let's see, no, I only have Berserker right now, but I probably do have stuff that I could actually fix that with now, because I was actually running the dungeon earlier today for all the Sojourner stuff, so I actually probably could make that change. Yep. I'm glad you said that, because I completely forgot that I was doing that earlier. I don't think... Oh, I do actually. It's crit damage, though. I prefer it to be attack. Let's see what other pieces I have. This one... I might have one. Oh, Geo. Actually, that would be just as good, if not better. Okay, well, there we go. So that fixed her up a bit. Yeah, I've been watching the timer. I've got like 7 hours until my bosses reset. And I should be able to show you guys why I keep Bait Owl in my party in a second. Aw, I'm not hitting this thing at all. Ah, screw it.
Take this! Eyes on me!
Oh, come on. That was, that was terrible. For Mona, I have Berserker and Sojourner, but I'll so there's a lot of different artifact sets that will build you towards 18% attack. So you could do that with Sojourner, you could do it with Berserker, or not with Berserker, but with Gladiator, and also with Braveheart, I think. So any of those will get you that, but I do think that with a character like Mona, her attack speed is very, 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 it's very high. So if you can get your critical rate up with her, then you're going to be exposing yourself to that much more possibility on that. Archangel, it's actually not normal story quests that I have left. It's like the trial story quests that I have left. So the one that I have right now is for Jean, which only unlocked at AR34 anyways. The actual main story itself is completely done, and pretty much so are all my side quests, like except for this one. I can't do this world quest because I can't figure out where to get this guy's recipe. But yeah, all the other ones are done. And probably the reason why I got as far ahead as I did is I spent a lot of time knocking out the Mondstadt chests and everything so I could finish this one up right away because I'm super OCD. And I've got a good bit of the way through Leeway already as well. Yeah, I'm a little over 600 chests, so I'm knocking that one out as well. Karina, I'll be doing lore videos again. Honestly, I'm probably going to go ahead and put a couple of them in soon. Somewhere in the process of still completing the scale videos, I'm going to go ahead and work a couple of those in. I was explaining to some of the other people in here earlier that I've already written a couple of them. One of them is completely done being written. I just haven't had the, prior to the game releasing, I didn't really have a good way to get footage for it because I was too busy with testing. So I didn't really get the footage that I needed to complete the video to my satisfaction. Now that the game is out, I can definitely do that. And fortunately, one of the two that I have mostly written is for Jean, and she's one of the characters that I have, fortunately, so I should be able to do that video without any real snags or anything.
Written in the stars.
Oh, he reset? That's good. Aw, come on. You can't just stop attacking me when you get to me. Oh, he's gonna reset again, isn't he? He totally is. Okay. That's super unusual.
me screw. Back at you.
Didn't even see this guy up here. It's a little too early.
Eyes on me. Delve into
I'm gonna definitely need to shoot that guy off of there. Yeah, I do intend to do some videos about character building as well, because I really don't think that this game necessarily has a cookie cutter setup for every character. I think there's a few different ways that you can do it based on the role that you want to give them. For instance, there's a lot of people floating around saying that right now you should definitely just lean straight into elemental mastery on Diluc if that's the character that you have. But if you run elemental mastery on a character like Diluc and he's your only damage dealer, you're only boosting his damage when he triggers reactions. So like you're basically completely passing up all of his normal attacks, which, you know, you're going to be waiting on cooldowns I guess about half the time overall, and so you're completely negating a whole portion of his damage potential. So there's different builds for different situations and different roles. Now, for instance, like if you were, you know, using Diluc in a role like similar to what I currently use Beidou in, then Elemental Mastery is fine, because, you know, you're mostly only swapping to them for those beneficial reactions, and then you swap right off of them. So, you know, you're not really worried about the cooldowns, and you're pretty much only dealing damage when you have those reactions going. So yeah, at that point, yeah, Elemental Mastery would be great because, you know, you're gaining damage exactly where you need it. Interesting. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that, Anthony, because I did many tests to ensure that her damage was 0. I'm wondering if I hit something awkward in that might have caused a 6, but I really don't think that does any damage. I'm gonna have to test that again, though. Unless they changed something between when I did all my tests and when I recorded that, because like I did those tests before release on Pioneer, nothing changed as far as stats. And then I recorded the footage here, because I got Barbara day 1 so that I could do that. I'll need to check that out. Are you saying that it displayed a 6 on the video, or in my actual, like, when Barbara used the skill, a 6 popped up on the screen? Because, yeah, I'm not sure if I understand which one it was. The audio says 0, but the video shows a 6. So yeah, that might have been a typo. I'll need to check into that. Oh, actually... yeah, I'll need to check into that here. But yeah, I appreciate you pointing that out. I mean, unfortunately, YouTube does not allow you to go back and replace videos because they have a typo. Otherwise, I would go back and fix that right away, but I can't do anything about it, really. Did he just land in the tree? No. Okay. Yeah, that was a typo then. Well, I did not notice that. I appreciate you for bringing that to my attention. I'll definitely make sure to put something in the initial comments on the video to point out that was on there. Thank you. Usually I try to make sure, well, I always try to make sure that I don't do that, but I'm always, like, there's so many moving pieces in those videos that when I put them together, like, inevitably something always falls through the cracks as far as, like, minor typos and stuff. continue back up this way. $144p. That can't look too great. Teleport. We'll go over here. Oh yeah, there's a trial and a balloon thing down there. Go ahead and get those now. That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully you can still see something, or see it well enough to tell what's going on at least. Oh, this guy's no chance.
Written in the stars.
Bye. Haven't explored much of anything down there outside of the geos, so I should be able to get a bunch of new stuff down here. Yeah, I've already gotten all of the Animo and Geoloculi. In fairness, it was my third time doing it, so it was a little bit easier this go around. Oh, okay. Oh. I guess he's not interested in the lure. Yeah, Mona is incredibly destructive. So when I was in the test with her, a lot of the other people that were there, they weren't really focusing on Mona a whole lot, and a lot of people were drawn immediately towards Kuching, and she's really good too. Like, she really is. She's a very good character, and I built her as well just so I could kind of get a good idea of what to expect comparatively between the two. But I definitely found that Mona was the most effective of the two. Oh, did he? No, okay, he just died standing up. That was interesting. Whoa.
Here we go.
Yeah, so Barbara is... If you try to build Barbara as a damage dealer, because her kit is mostly intended to be, a healer, what you end up with is a character that is, strictly just a worse version of Mona. And okay, I understand RNG is RNG, you might not get Mona, so maybe that's all you have your, access to. But Barbara's a fantastic healer. I don't know if it's a great idea to kind of pawn her off on, trying to extract benefit or additional benefit from Beidou's ult with a character that really is just really a really good healer. And then, you know, when you build her as a damage dealer, she's just not, because she doesn't have as much health as she should. But yeah, I did see somebody had tried to build her as a damage dealer and went to like I think a low world level Storm Terror or something and did like a 34k crit or something. But I'm gonna go ahead and guarantee that if you put Mona in that same circumstance, like the crit would probably be, you know, 50 or 100% more powerful. Because her charge damage is just much higher. Okay, this Sealy is gonna take me all over the world, I guess.
Let me scrub.
There's another Sealy over there. Sealies are another thing about this game that are, to me, so interesting. I don't know if any of you guys have seen it. There was a post on the forums some time ago now. Somebody did a pretty in-depth write-up about not the lore in this game of the Sealy, but the actual like lore of Sealies as like a mythical creature as a whole, and kind of where they got the idea in Genshin from. And they're really interesting. At some point, I'll probably try to see if I can round up enough information to kind of figure out exactly what their origin is in Genshin as a whole, and try to do some kind of lore write-up for it. Any strategies for XP farming over AR33? So I pretty much, like, I still had a lot of side quests when I hit 33. So I pretty much did side quests from 33 to 34, but I pretty much exhausted them just before actually reaching 34. And now I'm kind of just finding more as I explore the world, and, you know, trying to round out all the chests and Sealies and time trials and stuff that I hadn't done in Liyue. There's not really a whole lot left for me to do in Mondstadt at this point, because I've already gotten, you know, the 400 chest achievement. There are more chests than that, and some do respawn daily, but I haven't gotten a whole lot of, I don't really have a whole lot else left to do there. What is, maybe it's that one. I think I did see another Sealy down there. Actually, no, I think it was up the tree. Now that I think on it. How's it going, real old DT? So there's a good deal more people in here than was in here the last time I said this. So if you guys have questions or anything, feel free to ask. You know, anything from previous to future content questions, anything about the game itself, obviously, leveling suggestions or character builds. I'm open book for whatever you guys got. Alright, I definitely lost track of where that one went. Did he go down or up? Oh no. Hate when this happens. Oh no. I don't know where that went. My favorite character element. I would have to say my favorite element is Electro. However, my favorite character is Mona. For a lot of reasons. Her design is really unique. And her mechanics are definitely not something that I've seen before. And from a purely damage standpoint, her output is just so crazy that, you know, as soon as I first had access to her, she pretty much became my mainline DPS right away. Where did the Sealy go? Yeah, I hit 1k subs, I think sometime overnight last night. That was actually one of the things that went ahead and encouraged me to go ahead and get this stream going here tonight was, you know, in part because, you know, there might actually be people around who are interested enough to watch, but at the same time kind of like a hey, thanks, you know, like, you know, I do appreciate all you guys for subscribing and sticking with me so far. Things have definitely been growing faster than I thought they would, and that's pretty cool, and I'm really excited to kind of see where things will continue to go from here. So you already have Diluc and Jean. Venti is busted, but Jean can work as a healer as well. So yeah, so you can see that I have Venti and Jean in my party together. So I think having Venti, Jean, and Diluc together is not really a problem at all, because you're only doubling up the one element, and you get elemental resonance for doubling up that element. So yeah, like the elemental resonance for double Animo is stamina consumption reduced by 15%, movement speed increased by 10%, and cooldowns reduced by 5. So that's pretty nice. I at first was kind of like, it's probably not that big a deal, and then I tried it, and I quickly got spoiled by it, and I don't know that I could go back. I do see a Sealy down there, and I don't see the one that was in the tree with me. Oh god. Oh yeah, not a problem at all, Tiberius. I was, you know, when people ask questions specifically about, you know, especially a character like Mona that I probably at this point got, you know, a few hundred hours of playtime on, I've experienced most character combinations with her, so I was like, okay, yeah, I can definitely feel the, you know, a good answer for this. Is it more beneficial than forcing 2 of fire elements to buff Diluc? So, if Diluc is if he is your intended mainline, like, front DPS, then yeah, you could go that way. And that's not going to necessarily be bad, but, you know, there's definitely some min-maxing that could be done there to determine whether or not, you know, having a different reaction there for you. There he is, finally. But yeah, if there's a different reaction, like such as adding an Electro character to the party comp or something like that, could be useful. Just because Overload is such a good reaction for its AoE potential. So it would probably, you know, behoove you to try some combinations with that if you have access to, you know, good depth in Electro for options. So yeah, I did just answer this question, but that's fine. Yeah, so far from 30 to 35, I've mostly been, I was catching up on my story quests through about 33, because I pretty much had left those, like, I hadn't really been focusing on them as much as I probably could have. I was mostly doing a lot of, like, you know, world finding. I went around the map and made sure that I got all of the teleport points and all of the statues of the 7. I got all the Animo and Geo Oculus, but I also went back to Mondstadt pretty early on and finished all of the chests there. And I've also gotten, you know, over 600 of the chests in Leeway already as well. So, like, pretty much just, you know, running those. I've done a good deal of bosses as well, and those do give good experience. I haven't done that many ley lines. Those actually are quite good for experience as well. But I haven't done that many of them just because I haven't needed to have those as much as I've needed, you know, character ascension materials and stuff like that. What do I usually do when I'm stuck on a level without quests? Currently 17, running around for 2 hours. So that's kind of the big question, isn't it? So if you're stuck on a level without quests, what I do is I lean on what this game does so well, which is explore. So, you know, you can just go out and try to find the things that you haven't found yet. So, you know, go out, find Sealies, find chests, find your Animo or Geoloculus that you haven't found yet. Because, you know, obviously stamina is going to go a long way. And those are your opportunities, really, to boost your stamina and boost your other aspects without having to step away from the story. Or without slowing yourself down, because now you're stuck. You don't really have anything else to do, so you might as well do those things. Your current setup. Mona official. I need to roll Beidou. Open up with Illusion. Swap to official to drop Oz on top of it, then going back to Mona. No, that's a solid setup. So in my experience, Oz is probably one of the highest flat DPS E-skills in the game. So like he'll come out and he shoots, he puts out so many hits and they do solid damage. Official does synergize with Mona pretty well. Obviously it's not quite as good as Beidou's ult with Mona, which just turns Mona into a lawnmower essentially. But it is still a really potent combination. So I do think that that's a good plan. And if you're building Mona as your primary DPS, then you can probably continue to lean into that and be just fine. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome, Adita. Thanks for dropping in tonight. Yeah, they weren't going anywhere once I busted the shields. Beidou banner. I don't know if they're gonna do a Beidou banner. She might be like the guaranteed 4-star in the banner or something, or one of the high probability 4-stars or something. Beidou and Xingqiu. I don't. So Xingqiu is a character that, like, you know, I've done my testing with. I've played him a little, but I find that he's not all that impactful. He doesn't really provide very much in the order of healing. His ult does do good damage. However, it doesn't really spread around targets that well, so it's kind of one of those things where most of that damage is going to be isolated on a single target. So, you know, it'd be good on bosses, but not good on a whole lot, like on large groups. So maybe not as good in a place like Spiral Abyss. That's my thoughts on Xingqiu. Beidou is, I think Beidou is good at just about anywhere. But there's, I mean, characters like Diluc, I think, are better in certain aspects, but I think that Beidou, if you have Mona as your primary DPS, you couldn't ask for a better damage support, because her ult makes Mona a god, and Beidou herself, you know, as a result of her counter and just her damage overall, is always an effective choice anyways. After Kuching reactivates her E, her basic attacks are converted to electro damage. Is it affected by basic damage increase or so it would be affected by electro damage increase. So, and the way I know this is if you build Kuching with a gladiator set, for instance, where it will give you increased, I believe it's physical, I think, for its 4-piece bonus. I think it was physical. Sword, okay, it's normal damage. So it, I did this with Kuching when I was testing her. I put a 4-piece gladiator set on, and her normal attacks awkwardly did now more damage than her normal attacks did when charged with her E by a good percentage. And so that meant that normal attack base damage was not impacted by elemental damage. So yeah, they're two separate things. Hopefully that made sense and answered your question.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate.
Hey,
only
thanks,
leads to
CB.
misconception.
I appreciate it. Ooh, let's get this guy. Nah, I'm not gonna hit that.
Back at ya!
Oh, okay. Nope.
I swear by my sword!
Park, honest to goodness, I don't really know. This is, again, one of the things I was talking about with some of the guys earlier, or with some of the other people in here earlier, was that the tier lists are kind of vague, right? So you don't really have a good idea of who's put this information together, what that information is based on. It's just, does it come from, like, maybe people took them out and, you know, maybe to the Spiral Abyss and they didn't have a good experience with that character after a couple of runs, so they kind of have the general impression that the character is not very good, so she scores low. These tier lists don't really tell you where that data comes from, and this is why making the scale to me was so important, is that I can evaluate every character in the game's core abilities against this and pretty definitively figure out what they're good at. And then weigh that against everybody else. It is, you know, I always try to make sure to point out that the composite score isn't necessarily what's important. It is somewhat important because this is going to tell you who the most rounded characters are overall. But, you know, like if you look at their individual scores in each of those metrics, this is where you get a good idea of who's the best damage dealer, who's the best utility providers are, who the best generators of reactions are. These things, you know, like the composite score, you know, if it's high, great, but if it's not, it doesn't necessarily mean that the character is bad. You know, like for instance, I've gotten quite a good amount of comments about Xiangling being low on the scale, and this doesn't necessarily mean that she's a bad character, because I really don't think there are any bad characters in the game. I think that there are just characters that are better at certain aspects than others. So, you know, a character like Amber, who does less damage than Xiangling, scores higher on the scale because she has so many opportunities to provide you utility. Because Xiangling can't be used to hit weak points. Xiangling can't necessarily solve a lot of fire puzzles for you because you're going to have to climb walls and do all this other crazy stuff just to get at some of these things. It's pretty inconvenient. She can do it, but it's inconvenient. And then there are other ones that have some speed requirements that if you don't have her ultimate up at that time, you're just not going to be able to do it. Whereas Amber, you know, you charge it, it takes 1 second to charge the shot, and you light up the 3 things and you're done. So for Beidou, I currently have straight attack on Beidou, and that's because I got lucky with my rolls and picked a 5-star weapon. So it's been very effective. Actually, I picked it twice. I did the same thing for Jean's 5-star weapon. I actually somehow got both of those weapons twice. But yeah, so I have Beidou right now built as straight attack, so she has a little over 1100 attack, so whenever she triggers her counter, she's really, really nasty. The downside of that is that she's not recharging quite as fast as I would like to, you know, build that synergy with Mona. But what it does mean is in situations where Mona might not be ideal, I can swap to Beidou, and actually she stands on her own 2 feet just fine. So she's kind of, for me right now, in that middle range where she's both meant to kind of be support for Mona, but also, you know, self-reliant to some degree. Yeah, the the Claymore, the 5-star Claymore is really, really good. Like, this bonus here is ridiculous. The 50% attack for all party members whenever it triggers, you definitely feel the impact change in damage immediately. It's pretty punchy. I thought I already leveled this to 60. I guess I did not. I'm gonna do that right now. Tips on using Mona. So yeah, I would recommend building her as damage and crit, so straight attack and critical. If you can get a 2-piece attack set on her with a 2-piece critical set, that's gonna set you up for success. If you can do that and then have your 5th piece be hydro damage, all the better for it, because you're going to extract that much more benefit out of her. I did find that scales a little bit higher, at least in the mid-range, but I did that test with my Mona at level 80, and yeah, so basically I think I want to say what ended up my finding on that was, so I swapped, I had her with an attack item that was plus 16 at the time, replaced it with a hydro damage item and made that 16, and I ended up increasing my damage like per hit by like, I don't know, like 300 or 400 or something, and it was a lot. It was a pretty sizable increase. So for a 5th piece, yeah, if you can go hydro damage, that will help you a lot. But another big thing that you want to try to pick up with Mona is going to be critical. So right now, that's something I'm still trying to build up on my Mona. She's only just shy of 30% critical right now. I'm still trying to get that to go higher. Previously, my built Mona had about 60% critical rate, and she also had the focus catalyst, and that was ridiculous. She crit most of the time, so her attack numbers were just crazy. Like, she ate everything. I haven't quite gotten her there yet, but she also had 2200 attack. At level 80, so I'm not quite there yet, but I'm still working towards that. Stacking shields, Kaya, Noelle, Beidao shields over a main DPS. So you mean like stacking up Kaya's, oh jeez, where did he just come from? So you mean like stacking up Kaya's elemental burst with Noelle's breastplate ability, and then also with Beidao's counter, or with her ult as well? Oh, he came up in the water. That did not work out for him. So no, so again, this is one of the things, so it kind of depends, Tiberius, based on what you're trying to have Mona do. If Mona is going to be your frontline DPS, if she's going to be the character that you want to carry you, building her as Elemental Mastery is going to make her lean on reactions only. So she's not necessarily going to do damage all the time. She'll do damage when you trigger a reaction with somebody. So like if you build up a reaction with another character and then swap to Mona, those hits will do more damage. But Mona doesn't, her attack speed is so fast, so you're only going to get that reaction out of maybe 1 or 2 of those hits, and then it's gone. So you're kind of missing the potential for Mona if you build her Elemental Mastery, in my opinion. Whereas if you build her as straight attack with a little bit of hydro damage bonus on the end of it, you start seeing these crazy numbers, especially if you pair it up with like Beidao's ultimate. You'll start seeing post-ult criticals of like 16 or 20,000 on bosses who are at your level or higher level than you. Not bosses that you're way higher level than. So that's how you're gonna extract the most damage from Mona. So it really depends on what role you want her to fulfill. I do appreciate it, Real DT. Thank you. Yeah, Mona is your DPS, Fischl is your support. Yeah, Mona would be attack crit, Fischl would be Elemental Mastery, exactly. Because then, if you make them wet and then swap to Fischl really quick in the middle of it, then those hits from Fischl before you swap back are going to hit harder because you've built Elemental Mastery. Elemental Mastery only impacts the damage of your reactions. So if you want Mona to be your frontline attacker, then Elemental Mastery is only going to be beneficial if you are triggering reactions with her all the time. But if you don't want to have to do that all the time with Mona, then, you know, that's not necessarily going to be your best bet. Yeah, it's not a big deal, Cactus. I'm glad to do it. As far as just go in the water. As far as Keqing's E, so the way I built my Keqing was straight attack. So I was trying to build her as a alternate mainline DPS, and at that time I had my party setup was Mona, Jean, Beidou, and Keqing, so I had double Electro in that party, and it worked out pretty nice. So enemies that Mona really couldn't kill, Keqing could destroy, and vice versa. So it left me with a lot of options. So Keqing, when charged with her E ability, is going to do a lot of damage. So if you can get Electro damage bonus, like you can also build her because her attack speed is relatively quick. You could do crit build on her, but I don't know if I would recommend that as much. I would go two 18% attack bonuses, in my opinion, and then try to pick up some Electro bonus where possible. Thanks, Kanoi. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was really hoping to pick up Keqing here, because she's such a valuable character for her attack abilities, but also for her travel add-ons. Like, she's just because she can, you know, project herself into the air so effectively. Like, just movement is so nice. It's really hard to kind of, having experienced it in the past and not having it now is definitely a little maddening. But I can still skate over water again, so I'm happy with that. Plus Venti kind of makes up for it, so it's not exactly the same, but kind of makes up for it. Like, this is still a useful ability for climbing up some things, but Keqing's, I think, is in a lot of ways more useful. But the good thing with Venti's is that you can, you know, co-op with people and lift them up as well, which is always nice. Yeah, Black. Jean is my main healer in this group. She's right now currently set up to be a recharger. So basically, the way I have her going is her weapon is providing energy recharge, so that I'm charging her ultimate faster for every attack that I pop her out for. And then from her artifacts, I'm also picking up attack damage, primarily because her heals scale on attack, so it's going to make her heals that much more impactful. This is one of the great things about Jean, is that you can go for both DPS and for healing at the same time and not really be punished for it. But you don't, if like with, oh nice, congrats, because that's a big get. I was definitely excited when I got her. I did want Mona first, but I ended up, Jean was the first 5-star that I pulled. But I wasn't unhappy about it, and honest to goodness, Jean, until I got Mona, carried me, because she's that good of a DPS. You can build her as a DPS and a healer at the same time. So for instance, like my Jean has currently almost 1200 attack. She does plenty of damage with her E, and still okay damage with her regular swings that are also healing on 50% of contacts, which is really nice. But I did discover that, where is it? I did a little testing with it actually earlier today. On this, I added this healing bonus item. Initially, I was thinking that healing bonus was going to, in this application, only apply to heals received, but it appears to apply to heals given, which also applies to the heals that she receives. So I gave her this in the 4th slot to kind of play with it, because she is intended to be my support, but she actually is a kind of a hybrid support DPS, which is really nice. No, I don't think you would really have much use for Barbara at all with Jean, honest to goodness. Like, yes, I do think that Barbara is a great healer, but I don't see that she is strictly necessary outside of Spiral Abyss if you have Jean, because Jean is going to definitely give you a lot more control over a fight. Not to mention, Barbara has this nasty tendency to make herself wet, and then if you're near any cryo enemies, she gets frozen, and that's not great for anybody. Yeah, exactly, Tiberius. I build her up with energy recharge so that I can just basically, in the middle of a fight, like most of the time her heal is already charged up, but her regular attacks are already generating heals if you just pop out and do that. And I think I'm getting like 230 or 250 or something like that per hit when she heals already, which is pretty solid, really. Even if it's only 50% of hits, like that's not bad at all. And then you have characters like Chi-Chi who don't even have a, like they have two means to heal, right? They do. And I don't want to say that Chi-Chi's not a good healer, because she's a very good healer, but she does not have like that, like, holy crap, like I'm about to die button that you can just press and get instantaneous heals for your whole party. You have to kind of take the risk still, even if you're popping her ultimate, to swap to the character who may be low health at that time already, and then attempt to get attacks in order to generate healing. And that's not necessarily a beneficial interaction in every situation. Whereas, you can, if you have a character that's almost dead or several characters that are very low, you can just swap to Barbara or swap to Jean, pop that heal, and put those characters back in a good position without them being at any risk at all. No force field. No. Kuching gang does not exist. It's Mona gang, and that is the only one. Wrong. You're wrong. No, I mean, Kuching's great though. He's biased. Don't pay any attention to force field. He's biased. He pulled Kuching on the Noel banner, so everybody can promptly give him hate, please. But not too much hate, because he's awesome. But yeah, he pulled her on the Noel banner, so that's lucky. Yeah, I'm happy for you too, because Kuching's awesome. She really is. I wish I had gotten Kuching, I really do. I probably would not have, like, even though Beidou's ult is so good with Mona, if I had Kuching, I don't know that I would still be using Beidou right now. Maybe I would. This sword is pretty broken, I'm not gonna lie. This 5-star weapon on her is really nasty, so maybe I'd still be using her. I don't know. Oh, hi. Oh, did you? Nice, yeah. I think that's a good call. Having, like, Barbara's definitely going to be helpful for you later in the Spiral Abyss, but right now, Barbara might not be, like, she's like, if you have Jean riding the bench for Barbara, like, I think you have, what, like, C4 or 5 on Barbara or something, don't you? Maybe you have, maybe not, I don't remember, but, she's good. Like, Barbara's definitely a great healer. She's, on my scales, she's the only one that scored the max points in healing. But there's definitely just characters that can provide better overall utility to your group compared to Barbara. That thing died fast. Yeah, 3, yeah. And like, I have a lot of constellations on my Barbara as well. I think I might have C5 on her now, and I'm not using her. Like, I use her in the Spiral Abyss, and that is it. No, 4. I have 4, but yeah. And then poor Xiangling, I have max on her, and I'm not using her. She wants me to notice her so badly, but I can't. I just can't. Sorry, Xiangling. Well, I mean, at this point, Black, the only 5-star character that you have is Jean, right? Tiberius, I'm on floor 7 of the Spiral Abyss. I actually haven't attempted floor 7 yet. I've been meaning to, I just haven't gotten around to it. I've been trying to focus on getting to AR-35 right now.
Delve into destiny.
Yeah, I mean, so Xiangling's not a bad damage dealer. There's just fire characters who can fill her role better, is all. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you picked a 5-star weapon for her, like if I had a 5-star weapon, a 5-star spear, I would probably be using my Xiangling. I won't even lie. As free-to-play, I would say at least, at what AR are you right now, Wolfie? I assume you have, like, obviously gotten to at least 10, but probably further than that. Do you have Xiangling yet? Not that it matters. I'm not gonna tell you to use it, so it doesn't really matter. To me, honestly, like, the best free-to-play situation or best setup for that is going to be Animo Traveler with Barbara as your healer if you're AR-20, and then go ahead and back it up with Electro with Lisa, and then Amber for all of your utility needs. This will give you a lure to draw enemies away from you. You can shoot weak points to get the larger bosses down faster. Hell, I mean, using the free-to-play team like that, you can just, a lot of times you can double weak point things, even things like the Ruins Guards, which in the lower world levels are probably your hardest enemies, and kill them before they even have a chance to get back up. So, yeah, that's definitely something you can do. If you're not too attached to Barbara, then you can. Also, and you'd rather have a character who's more hybrid heal DPS, then you could roll Noelle and build her as defense, and then she will give you heals and some decent DPS opportunities. But people pretty consistently underestimate the use that Amber can bring to a party. So, again, when the game came out, like, I was kind of the same thought, like, even though I had done the scale, like, I knew where Amber fell already. I know what her purposes are. I hadn't necessarily had the most practical application use of Amber to date. And then here, I leveled her to 40 pretty quick, along with Jean, and I found out how much synergy that Amber and Jean could provide to each other. And it really kind of opened my eyes to how useful Amber actually could be. Aw, that was short somehow. Yeah, that thing never got up. Noelle, Xiangling, Animo, MC, and Barbara. So if you are using Noelle built as a healer, i.e. to have her built with all defense, then no, you don't necessarily need Barbara in your group, because she fills that same role but also provides damage. But Barbara is strictly a healer and will do that job better. So it's really kind of a matter of what do you need? Do you find yourself, are you dodging most damage that comes your way, thusly kind of, eliminating the need for, direct healing and having instantaneous heals on tap? Or do you feel like your playstyle supports, the need of an actual healer? And if that's the case, then I would stick with Barbara. How did that miss? Almost 6,500 on that crit. Yeah, full defense is going to be the way to go with Noelle for sure. Coming around to Amber, yeah, she definitely helps with the weak point strikes. It's just the same way that I'm using Venti right now. in the overworld mostly, like I don't even really use Venti's ult that much in the overworld at all. I use it a lot in the Spiral Abyss, but out here mostly I just use him for weak point strikes. Because it's so useful, and the reason why I'm doing that is because I kept Amber on my party for so long early on that I got really dependent on those weak strikes to shut down some of the more difficult enemy interactions. Tips for getting past AR 25, kind of hit a wall. So if you've not yet gotten all your statues of the 7 and teleport points, those are a really easy way to pull in quick EXP for your AR ranks. So that would be the first thing I would recommend doing. Also, leveling up your statues of the 7 is a good amount of XP when you each level. So you don't, obviously get a whole lot of adventurer rank or any, I don't think, for the actually finding each individual Animoculus or Geoculus, but when you turn them in for an actual level up, then you will get a good amount of experience. So I would recommend doing that and any side quests that you have, because the side quests also give reasonable adventure rank experience. And for Force, yeah, if you're having trouble getting the Baron Bunny to actually do what you want her to do, just be aware that you can control the positioning of Baron Bunny with Jean. So like if the enemies knock it away, or if you didn't get it where you wanted it to be, you can just hold Jean's E and reposition the bunny. Team that's good for Chongyun. So if you have access to Mona, she's going to be really good for Chongyun because you're going to be generating a lot of frozen interactions. He is one of the characters that I have like kind of benched right now, but like he is built kind of, but I haven't built for Elemental Mastery, or I'm building him for Elemental Mastery because he's mostly there for those frozen interactions when I need them. So also Electro characters, if you can pair a character like Fischl or Lisa with Chongyun, I would do that, because then you're going to be generating those super conduct reactions, getting that defense reduction buff for the enemies, which is going to help you kill them that much faster. I don't know if I was already down there or not earlier. I don't think so. Maybe this one. No, I think I've already explored that area. I need to go up here. Yeah, Force. Yeah, having the ability to auto-detonate the bunny is a huge help. I actually bought that one from the... Actually, I haven't looked at that in a few days. But I actually went to the shop over here for the Paimon bargains and bought like the extra amber that was there last week or whatever, which I could do again now if I want to do it. I don't think I will right now though, unless the next constellation is actually something good, so that I could do that, because shooting amber or shooting the bunny in the foot is really useful for getting maximum effectiveness out of it. Fire rain by 3. Nah, I'm not really all that worried about that right now, so I won't do that one. Yeah, I mean, so Chongyun does reduce the duration that it takes for the Liyue expeditions, which is, I guess, nice. But I feel like he's probably at current the best cryo character in the game, so like I feel like that's a little bit of a shame. Now that'll probably change when Kamisato Ayaka comes out, because she's probably going to be amazing. But for now, yeah, Chong is probably the best cryo in the game, because Chi-Chi isn't really about reaction, she's about healing, and the cooldown on her main ability is so long that it just drags on forever between opportunities to use it again, that you feel yourself getting older waiting for it to come back, I swear to God. Nope. He was gonna try to reset. Wasn't letting that happen. So yeah, if you're building a team around Chongyun, if you can get Beidao, I highly recommend it. However, Chongyun is my secondary for Mona, so there's a lot of beneficial interactions to have Chongyun for when you have Mona. So definitely, I would recommend checking some of those out and seeing, you know, how that could fit in with your playstyle. I don't know if I would recommend having both Chongyun and Beidao in your party at the same time. I don't know, it's just something about having 2 Claymore characters in my party at the same time just doesn't work for me. It just makes me feel like too much of my DPS is on, you know, built on slow attacks, and it kind of overwhelms me, I guess. I like to have a little bit more flexibility in my party, and I don't like to double up roles too much. So I would say it's better to roll on the same banner, because if you roll on the same banner, then you'll get to the pity rolls faster, to whereas if you're rolling on different banners, you know, or if you're alternating, then it's going to take you twice as long, because the pity counter counts up separately for each banner. Okay, I think he went straight up, but I can't find him. There he is. There you go. Really? Is it those guys that are way back there? Oh, it's these. I don't care about those. Oh, hey, there's a Sealy down there. Oh, Wolfie, the pity rolls are basically, you're guaranteed 5 stars. So at 90 rolls, or I think it's after 90 rolls, so technically it would be on your 91st roll, you're guaranteed a 5-star character or weapon. And then on your 180th, if you did not get a character and you got a weapon, you will be guaranteed a character. But that said, I do believe the pity still applies on the Venti banner, and there are no 5-star weapons on that banner, so you're just guaranteed characters on your 91st. Yeah, so with the Venti banner, yeah, if you don't get him on your first pity, you're guaranteed him on the second pity. That is a unique thing I guess they're doing for the limited banners. Whereas the other banners, you know, like, I guess they do kind of have the same mechanic where it just guarantees a character, but it doesn't guarantee a specific one. 180 rolls, I think is... I don't even remember. I think that's... Is that $200? Or is it... I don't remember if it's 200 or if it's 400. I think it's 200, but I might be wrong about that.
Eyes on me.
Oh, okay.
Delve into...
What is over here making me not hit the boss? There we go. Yeah, I was pretty sure it was 200. I mean, if you keep putting all of the, primo gems that you're getting from exploring the world into that one banner, you're going to increase your chances. So, and, you know, the 5-star characters that you can get from that banner are the same 5-star characters that you can get from the other banner. So, if your concern right now is characters instead of weapons, it is 400 for, yeah, okay, that was right the first time then. Yeah, so, but if your concern is getting a character and not a weapon, then I would stick to the Venti banner. I am currently trying to get to pity on the Venti banner so that I can get his first constellation, because the triple shot constellation is pretty broken. I'd really like to have that for my Venti. I did pull double on Jean, so I have her first constellation at least, so there's that. Welcome back, Adita. Mona Chi-Chi comp. Okay, so this is something I also tested quite a bit. Mona and Chi-Chi do synergize relatively well together. However, this is again because, you know, Chi-Chi is a cryo user and Mona is hydro. So you're going to get those beneficial frozen reactions, which are really, really nice. But I do think if your idea is to generate those frozens as frequently as possible, Chi-Chi is not going to be your go-to for that, because the cooldown on her E ability is so long that you feel yourself aging while you're waiting for it to come back. So like, does it work? Yes, and it will be effective, but you'll feel the cooldown like in your core. You'll feel it. It drags. Yeah, not a problem at all. With Xiangling and Noelle ult gives damn near infinite shit. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot of shields pop up when you have like Xiangling's ult, or any of the ults really that like encapsulate a character. You can generate that same kind of thing with Beidou's ult as well, where you'll just start seeing electro shields sitting on the ground everywhere. Yeah, you'll definitely have a nice backlog of shields just sitting around waiting for you to pick them up when you need them. They do disappear after a certain amount of time, but I've never actually sat down and timed how long they sit on the ground. I know they last a little while though. Oh yeah, that was something I was gonna do today. I'm gonna go kill this boss. What does the melt reaction do besides the obvious? So melt is just bonus damage. It doesn't actually have any additional effects other than bonus damage. So to me, melt is kind of one of the less desirable reactions overall. It's one of the reasons why I don't necessarily promote fire or pyro hydro teams, just because melt is not that great. It's not bad, but there's nothing special about it. It's not like superconductor or electrocharge where it has inherent additional bonus. How close is she to ult? She's still got a little while to go on that. Let me charge that up first and I'll come back to this. So, for that matter, that also applies to Vaporize. Vaporize is also just bonus damage. Oh, hey, there's a chest over there. So, the thing about Crystallize is that it's not really meant for damage, it's meant for support. So, to me, like, it's almost like not a fair comparison to compare Crystallize to the other reactions, because its intent isn't really for damage. So, like, I actually really do like the crystallized reactions when I find it necessary, because there's definitely some bosses where having a crystallized character around really is helpful, like Oceanid for instance, especially if Oceanid spawns those birds, the ones that actually fly over your head. Those things are horrible unless you have Kuching or Fischl, and if you don't have either of those characters, like, you're in for a bad time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can take your resonance bonus for that kind of stuff. I'm just not a big fan of it. Like, I'd rather, you know, for resonance take double animo and have, you know, reduce cooldown, increase stamina, and increase movement speed. I find that more useful overall, and it has kind of spoiled me, to be very honest. I'm about to go back over there and fight it. I'm just trying to get Beidao and ult really quick before I go over there, because it'll just make everything way, way easier. Oh, okay. Everything just disappeared on this one for some reason. That was weird. Okay, I guess I can't hit those from here.
Shadows of Yahoo! Take this!
Oh, hey, a chest. There might be a Noelle gang. I do steady believe that Noelle is probably the single most underrated character in the game. There are so many tier lists. Again, like most of you now know from hanging out here for a little while, that like the tier lists, the whole reason I started making the scale is because I don't really believe in them. They're too vague. But Noelle is consistently underrated. Most people seem to think that she has no value, and I think that largely is because most people attempt to build her as a straight DPS, and she's only okay if you try to make her a straight DPS, because the crystallize reaction set is not damage focused. It's just not. So she's gonna fall short compared to other characters with pyro or hydro or cryo reaction sets. Like, that's just the way it is. But if you build her as a hybrid DPS healer, she's gonna give you a lot more benefit, a lot more value in the long term. So like, these tier lists don't take that into account. They don't tell you what the character's good at or what the character's not good at. So yeah, Noelle's great. I don't really think that all the people that are saying that she's bad are really giving her a fair shake.
Power the delved into written in the stars.
Well, that was the wrong character.
I swear by my sword. Shadows of
Let's play.
delved into destiny.
How would I build Noelle? Let's see, if I build Noelle, how would I build it? What's a good set for her? And weapon. I would build her pretty much just straight defense. I would not probably try to give her much of anything else. If I did dabble with anything else, it might be healing percent, just to kind of further lean her into that added part of her set. As far as weapons are concerned, I'm not sure on that one. Let's see what. Honestly, maybe energy recharge would actually be very good for her. Attack wouldn't be bad if you're really trying to boost up that damage portion of her kit, but keep her as a healer. But honestly, if you have any constellations on Noelle at all, her first constellation will give her, instead of her normal 50% chance to heal, it boosts it to a 100% chance to heal if you have both breastplate and her ult active at the same time. So that's going to double her healing output. So I would probably go with energy recharge with Noelle for her weapon, and then straight defense with maybe healing as an add-on. Yeah, let me look at the bell. 15% health. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's a bad weapon for Noelle. If it's health, yeah, it's HP. But HP doesn't really build anything special for her. So I don't know. If you have Sacrificial Greatsword, that's what I would recommend for her. Or Favonius Greatsword. Both of those have energy recharge. In fact, Favonius has much more. Just Sacrificial has, what is it? After damaging an opponent with an elemental skill, the skill has a 40% chance to end its own cooldown. So that's actually really nice, because that would give her the ability to generate her breastplate again back-to-back on 40%. Which actually probably will, since I can refine that, I will. Let's see if that actually bumps that up. It does, it bumps it to 50%. So if you can get a lot more refinements on it, like you then would have a chance to every 22 seconds, even with just one refinement, every 26 seconds on a 50% chance to just end the cooldown for breastplate, so that you could just generate those shields again immediately. So yeah, I would say Sacrificial Greatsword for Noelle would probably be your best bet. Oh, good luck on the rolls. Let us know what you get. White Blind. I don't know if I know that weapon. Which one is that, Adita? Here. Oh, I still need a few of those. I can craft that probably. I do need... I need more Oceanids. Oof.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only be accepted.
I can probably go back, hang on. Which sword would I recommend for Jean? 4-star Sacrificial Sword. Chance to reset skill cooldown, or 3-star Fillet Blade, 50% chance to deal 400% attack damage, max refined. I would say the 4-star Sacrificial Sword, because the 3-star sword, honestly, if you're enhancing it, is kind of just a waste of your materials in the long term, and you're going to be capping her damage lower. Whereas the Sacrificial Sword, with the chance to reset her skill cooldown, is going to give her, you know, more opportunities to use her E, which is really probably the best skill in her overall kit anyways, because of its ability to kind of control the field. Okay, yeah, if you don't have Sacrificial Greatsword, then even, do you have Favonius Sword? That one's also, it has the same overall main stat, it just has a secondary stat that's different. Yeah, I mean, the cooldown for Noelle's breastplate is long, and that's why Sacrificial Sword would be so useful, because, you know, even with one refinement, you have a 50% chance to just end the cooldown instantly. You could also, alternatively, instead of going healing percent on one item, you could go energy recharge. In fact, you could build defense on her with set pieces that build recharge on Noelle, and that will give you her ult that much more frequently. Edwin. Mona does a lot of damage if you build her as attack critical. A lot of people, I think, are talking about building Mona as elemental mastery, but if you build her as elemental mastery, then you're relying on her reactions to deal damage as opposed to her normal attacks, and that's not necessarily the best way to get the job done. Which part, Wolfie? Oh, recharge rate. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think you got it. That's pretty much what I was getting at anyways. I do need... I think I have enough essential materials for Beidou. I think I might have to go suffer and do Oceanid. That boss is, mean. Ugh. This is gonna be bad. So I can't really keep Mona in the group for Oceanid because she doesn't do any damage to it. So I usually have to swap it out to Chong. Not that he's bad. I mean, I've been working on him a little bit lately. I might try to boost him up a little bit before I do this, but I do need enhancement materials for Mona. So that when I hit 35, hopefully tomorrow, I can go ahead and boost her to 70. Free-to-play weapon. So you mean from the field of 3-star weapons, probably anything with attack or focus. I'm not super familiar with the free-to-play weapon lineup as far as their names, but let's see. Oh, I've already used them all as fodders. Let's see, energy recharge, no. Energy recharge, no. Yeah, anything that gives attack or focus as its benefit are probably going to be your best bet for Mona. Honestly, if I had the 4-star catalyst that had attack as its main stat, I think it's less than this one. I think it's like 10 or 12% less at level 60 than this one is, but its benefit is focus, which increases critical by 8% for up to 4 stacks, so it really adds up and causes her to crit a lot more frequently. So if I had that one, I would be using it. Ascension phase 2 for... Yeah, I think at AR22 you might be still capped to level 40. Max refined 3-star better than a base 4-star. It kind of depends on what the bonus is on a given weapon. So some weapons bonuses aren't as helpful as others. So it really would depend on what that bonus is and what the percentages are. Now I'm gonna have to enhance Chong a little bit. This is the last time I did this boss. I think it was yesterday, and this fight was a little closer than I wanted it to be. And I've been working on him a little bit. I'm gonna try to up him a little bit more here so that he has a little bit more impact when I use him. I mostly lean on Jean and Beidou for this. But even then, what I should probably do is just level up Fischl. I've got 5 constellations on Fischl. I should probably just level her up for this boss, but I don't know, I just haven't wanted to use the additional materials to do it. When I reach AR35 and get Mona her 4th Ascension, will I change your focus to energy recharge? No, I will not. I'll be keeping... so yeah, it converts 20% of damage to Hydro, but I still don't think that that's enough to overcome the damage. Before I was, in the previous test, I was using Mona still with damage up to level 80, and I still found that to be more effective than the alternative. Yeah, I mean, using Electro with, well, Kuching as a whole, of course, is probably the best character for this boss in general. Kuching made everything easy on this boss because the frickin' birds that fly over your head and just ruin your day don't really have much impact. Because you can just fly up to them and slash them all dead in one hit. Oh, I gotta charge up her heal really quick. Oh, speaking of which, they're right there. Cool.
A touch of frost.
Think you can get away?
I don't know if this is actually gonna do anything. No, it didn't. Cool. Well, I got one of them.
A touch of frost.
2. Oh, he didn't die, really? Okay, there we go. Oh, come on. Ow. Oh, get away from that. Oh, that'll help a lot. Fade Owl's ult now. That'll definitely be useful. Grabs. That's not good. Oh, I got 2 of the birds with that. That'll work. Oh, come on. Jesus. Oh, I got 2 of the birds. Oh, God, I hate these birds so much. Okay, there we go. Chung's getting pretty beat up. I'm gonna regenerate a little bit.
Time for takeoff.
Okay, well that just shot straight through them. That's super cool. Alright, we're good though. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Could be a lot easier, but I just don't have the depth in Electro developed right now. I'm gonna need to do that a couple more times, I think. So I'm gonna just teleport away and respawn it and come back and do... Oh, that might actually be a good one. Maybe. Oh, it's attack. Oh. Let's take a look-see at that. This is already attack, unless it's add stats are better. Not really, no. Okay. Well, I'll have it on hand for somebody else, maybe. Side quests are wander around fighting bosses to get ascension materials and AR XP. What AR are you, Wolfie? Because that does kind of bear some impact on what you might want to do. I'll just teleport totally away and then come back in a minute. Should hit the Adventurer's Guild anyway.
Add Astra.
Nope. Ah, dang it. Oh, I already got him on one, and I'll send Sean the other one. Okay. I should be able to go back now and have the boss be back. But yeah, if you have side quests, Wolfie, those will probably level you up faster than wandering around will, unless you haven't explored the entire map. The boss is up. Okay, good. Oh yeah, Dita, yeah, I mean, people are pretty much playing this game from everywhere. I think I've met more people from around the globe on this game than I have playing a lot of different MMOs over the years, honestly, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, if you still have statues to go and find, I would recommend doing that first.
Submit for
Just charging up that heal. Have a good one, Kanoi. Thanks for watching. I do appreciate it. Oh, that was a mistake.
Eyes on me! A touch of frost.
Okay, that worked actually pretty well, so noted. Okay, Beidou's ult with Venti will melt the birds. That works well. Okay, noted.
Swift and merciful.
Oh, come on.
Wind, hear me.
Swift and merciful.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get far enough away from that. Ow. Alright, hopefully no birds. And there's birds.
One with my blood from whence you came.
Well, I killed two of them, so that helps.
Time for takeoff.
See if this will even hit the birds. It does not. Okay, noted. Okay, birds gone. Really thought I was going to get out of that. Alright, second one was a little smoother than the first. Let's see how many more of those I'm going to need. Prototype Rancor or the Flute. What element do you have on your MC, Adita? GOMC. So both are good options. Physical damage bonus is going to apply to all of their non-elemental attacks, whereas attack is going to apply to everything. So it kind of depends on how you play the character as to which one is going to work better for you. But if you, I think a lot of people have a tendency to go with Rancor on MC. For that physical damage bonus, because all of your non-skill, non-elemental abilities are going to hit a lot punchier with those physical damage bonuses, because they tend to be delivered in higher percentages than attack does usually. But again, it doesn't apply any additional damage to your elemental burst or your elemental abilities. But that said, in addition to your regular attacks being more powerful with the flute, it does have that ability where like gaining 5 harmonics increases 100% attack damage to surrounding enemies, which is pretty handy. But overall, I would say that Rancor is probably going to be the better option. I do think flute is a good weapon, though. As far as the best way to raise your attack, Pico, I would say a good attack-focused artifact build is going to be your primary way to get that done. So the way I've done that with my Mona, she's at just shy of 1500 attack now. She's at 1479. And I've done that by giving her artifacts that mostly are tweaked towards attack. Obviously, the brooch can't do that because they're always HP. But her Sojourner, her Sundial is attack, this is attack, this is attack. They're all attack. The only thing I would change is if I could get one of these in Hydro damage bonus, I would do that. But right now, I just don't have that at my disposal. But if you're trying to get your attack up, yeah, just an attack damage set is going to be your way to go. And you can also do that with 2 set bonuses as well. So you can use a 2-piece Gladiator or a 2-piece Sojourner or a 2-piece Braveheart to also boost yourself by 18% attack, and you can use both of those simultaneously, so you can get, what is that, 36% instead, which is also really helpful. Yeah, I think Flute would be a good weapon for Jean, and it would help her heal a little bit more as well, because her heals scale on that attack stat, so it definitely would be a worthwhile weapon, I think, for Jean. Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea. Nope, I meant to go to Ascension. I need to do that boss one more time, I think. I should be able to craft the other items that I need, so I just need to teleport away and come back. Yeah, I should just be able to go back now. I think it should already be back up. I'll give it just a little bit more time and teleport to this instead. And I think I might have all my Ascension materials already for her next one, or maybe not. I'm close. Yeah, I need to do the Electro-Hypostasis once as well. Yeah, there's a few different effective ways you could build a Jean as far as weapon choices, but I don't think the Flute would be a bad choice. It'll definitely lean into her heals, so that's definitely one way to go. I think Jean is a character that kind of allows for a little flexibility in how you want to utilize her, compared to some other characters where I think there's definitely just like a best way to play it based on what role. But Jean, I think, is pretty flexible, where, you know, based on how you want her to facilitate utility to your party, be it, you know, supportive damage and heals, or all damage and you're not as concerned about the heals. But the great thing is, if you build all damage, your heals will have more impact anyways. Maybe not as much as if you add, you know, some healing bonus items, but they will still add benefit. Alright, now it should be back up. I don't know why it wasn't up last time, but it should be now. There's no way it's not up now. Yeah, there it is. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna get stuck on that rock. Alright, here we go again. let's go on this one. Oh, I really thought they were going for it. Okay. That's fine.
One with my blade.
These squirrels.
One with my blade.
Take this!
Alright, jeez. Fine.
Swear by my sword!
Oh, that was unexpected. Ow. Alright, well, we've got Beidou's ult already ready to go in case they spawn the birds, so it should be fine.
After all.
Oh, okay. Oh, come on, somebody hit me. Jeez. I really thought I was out of that one. Almost got the heal recharged. Oh, I almost drowned. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so yeah, that is a nice way to generate a little extra like counter effectiveness with Beidou, is doing it from like a burning grass pile. Yeah, you're right about that. I've definitely noticed that to be effective whenever I was still using Amber a lot.
Swift and merciful. Submit for judgment.
Oh, come on. Alright, fine. I hit only one of them.
One with my blade.
Back at ya!
Oh, he thought he'd be safe out here. Had the ice field still. I didn't get anything all that great from that, but at least now I have the ascension materials I need for Mona at 70. Alright, I should do the electrohypostasis. Yeah, Oceanid is a little rough if you don't have, like I said, a lot of like ranged electro options, and like I haven't leveled Fischl or Lisa. I have both of them, but I haven't really invested in them yet. So they would both make it a lot easier. Best case scenario, if you have Kuching, she basically makes that fight a cakewalk. But I just don't have her. So if I get her in the future, then she will definitely be my solve all for that one.
Outrider Amber, reporting. Delves into... Delves into destiny.
Well, he tried to get me.
Shadows of... Written in the stars.
And that's really easy. Oh, got a couple of purples in there. Jean versus Venti. I would say Jean is gonna probably be a better main DPS for you, just because I think most of what Venti's damage production is based on is using his elemental burst. So if you're gonna compare, you know, the production of his elemental burst to Jean's standard E ability, then Venti's gonna win. But if you're talking about like practical, you know, like always ready to go usage, I'm gonna say Jean's probably gonna be a better producer overall. But Venti is definitely gonna be like in special cases gonna be much more effective, especially in like Spiral Abyss. He's really irreplaceable in there. Elemental Mastery, yeah, it's not that great. I think I only needed to do that one the one time, so I should be good on that one. Let's see. I think that was all I needed for Beidou. Yes, I do need to pick up a couple of those things, but it's not a big deal. And I've got everything I need for Jean except for those, so I should just be able to craft those. So when I hit my next world level, I should be pretty much good to go for my main 3 right now. Well, probably should check into what I need to do for Venti right now as well. So Jean's gonna consume some of those, so let's see how many. 8, yeah, okay, I'm definitely gonna need more of them for him. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need more of those. So I should probably do the Animo boss once or twice more.
I feel like running.
All right, let's go.
This will be easy again. So I already had Beidou's up, so this shouldn't be a problem at all. Just make sure I have my stamina recharged first. Alright, here we go.
Eyes on me!
It's like 2 seconds of DPS. It's at half.
Delve into destiny.
Alright, let's see which ones of these it pops up first.
Let's play!
From what do you get primo gems from the most? Spiral Abyss definitely gives a lot of primo gems. If you can get max stars on Spiral Abyss, that's gonna definitely be one of your better primo gem producers for doing it quickly, anyways. And then you'll also have just general exploration, and some of the side quests give like between like 20 and 50 primo gems as well, so it's really kind of hard to go wrong with those as well. Oh man, I'm almost out of original resin resets. That's not great. I should teleport down here. I need to do that boss one more time, so I'll just teleport down here and fight my way back up. It should be back up by the time I get up there. Yeah, I can loot up some of these on the way there. About halfway through 34 now. Yeah, the bosses are always good experience for pushing through the ARs as well. Definitely don't discount them for their effectiveness and leveling. The downside is that you are consuming your resin, but I mean, if you're focusing on the bosses that you need for your recharge, then, or not for your recharge, but for your character ascensions, then it's really gonna kind of only work for you anyways. And a lot of you probably weren't in here earlier when I first started up, or at least some of you probably weren't. But my current plan right now is for these streams is I'll probably be doing this most Saturday nights going forward for a 2-3 hour session, more than likely, at about the same time, probably 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern is likely when I'll get started with these most Saturday nights. And if it goes well, then I may start doing it, you know, 1 weeknight a week as well, or maybe even more frequently if it calls for it. Yeah, I started almost 2 hours ago. Yeah, I started at 9 Eastern, so I've been going for a little while now. But it will upload. For what it's worth, it'll upload as a video at the end, so if you want to go back and check out what you missed, it's there. And yeah, if you did miss everything from earlier, then yeah, if you have any questions from past or future content or gameplay questions or anything, you know, have at. I'm definitely taking this as an open book kind of thing. So just kind of hanging out with everybody. Like, hey, you know, thanks for subscribing and watching, all that good stuff too. I really do appreciate it. The channel's definitely grown faster than I expected. Especially to be at 1,000 after only about 90 days. Maybe it's closer to 120. I think it's right around 120. But that's still faster than I had anticipated. So I really do thank all of you for subbing and taking the time to watch the videos that I've made so far. Thank you. Hoping to keep the charge on for 2,000 and 5,000 and all that stuff, and just keep on growing, keep on making more lore videos hopefully soon as well. That's definitely a big goal of mine as well, because that was really kind of what I started the channel with, and that was really originally kind of like the core of what I wanted to do. But mechanic videos are something I do have a lot of passion for as well, so that's definitely something I'm gonna continue to press forward with as well. Don't have her ult up yet. I might as well just charge this thing first. Just head over here and charge it up over here. Yeah, you know, I don't think that he's gonna be an Adepti. I really don't. But I kind of think from his art that he's probably going to be a spear user. I know that like he used like those the dual swords and a bow, but kind of the thing is, like, so if you look at the way that scene worked, is I'm wondering if some of his skills, like he's Hydro, so I'm wondering if some of his skills just generate like a Hydro weapon, because the dual swords in that scene, if you look closely, were Hydro, so they looked like water weapons or something, like just like a crystallized water weapon or something, and so but the bow was actually just a bow, so I'm thinking like they had him just pop out the bow for like, you know, dramatic effect in the video, but that probably won't have any impact on his actual kit, whereas the water spear and the water weapons are actually consistent to each other, so like they both have the appearance of water, so I'm thinking he's going to be some kind of like water weapon generator, so he'll probably be a spear user primarily, but like his animations will probably reflect for him to use, you know, both kinds of weapons, even though he's actually only equipping one of them. That's what I expect anyways. I could be wrong, but only time will really tell. Thanks, Nia. I appreciate it. It's not a big deal. I don't know that I saw any other things or spam or anything from you, so yeah, it's I appreciate your comment. Thanks for watching. What do you mean, Flight Night? I appreciate it, some guy. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely gonna continue to press forward as a English-speaking creator for this game. I've got a lot of passion for Genshin. It kind of snuck up on me, like this whole game did, really. I mean, like I've known about it since it was originally announced, I guess close to 2 years ago. And at that time, the game was so far out that, you know, I was kind of hesitant to invest. But once I did, I kind of didn't look back. Oh, the damage. Yeah. So Mona's, if you build her with attack and critical, she will melt everything for you. That's what you should focus on. Yeah, Mona's sprint, she goes into the ground. She also skates over water, so she doesn't have to swim, which is really, really nice. So yeah, Trascaso. If you have Mona, I would recommend her as a primary DPS, especially compared to Chong. Chong is... I don't think Chong is bad at all. I don't want to construe this as like Chong is not good, because he is. But I feel like he's more of a cryo generator as opposed, like, so he's going to be more beneficial to build as like a elemental mastery, just pop out and freeze the ground and then swap off of him kind of thing. Whereas Mona is a, you know, a frontline DPS. Like, she can be, you know, the backbone of your damage production if you build her the right way. She's more than just a character that can make everything wet for reactions, because if you build her as a damage producer, she's gonna produce. As for Diluc, Diluc can be a great damage producer if you build him to be a damage producer, kind of similar to what I'm doing with Mona. But I think Diluc's role shines better as a support reaction producer slash like specialty boss fighter. That's my experience. I have a couple hundred hours experience using him, mostly for bosses and stuff is what I mostly used him for. But I do think he's very good if you build him the right way. Barbara or Noelle. So it kind of depends on the characters you have in your team and how much damage you're anticipating taking. So do you find yourself, you know, dodging most attacks, which kind of, you know, eliminate the need for, you know, a proper squishy healer? Or do you think that that you take too much damage and you need that you know, holy crap, I gotta heal myself right now button? And based on that self-evaluation, you should be kind of able to figure out if you need Barbara or you can switch to Noelle comfortably, or stay with Noelle comfortably. The crafted 4-star book is okay. I think it's energy recharge or something. Later levels, like, that is a scaling factor for Mona, so it's not necessarily a bad thing to have for her. I prefer straight attack, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your other option is bad. So, because there's definitely a few different ways to get the job done.
Delve into destiny.
But yeah, I definitely have Mona established as my mainline DPS because she just melts everything. Kaya, Officials, Youngling, and Noelle. So I personally haven't tried putting those characters together. My first instinct is to say it seems like you might be a little low on overall utility options, so you're probably digging into your, you know, you'll probably be digging into your inventory, or not your inventory, but your character roster a lot to solve puzzles with that combination. But I mean, if the production and control that you have over the field is working, there's not really a compelling reason to change it. I'm not sure who your primary DPS is in that group, though. Is it Xiangling? Are you using her as your primary? Chongyun, Officials, Xiangling, Barbara, pretty solid. Yeah, I would say using Barbara and Chongyun at the same time, producing a lot of Frozen is going to work nicely for you, and having Official there to go ahead and trigger those superconducts is definitely going to help you kill things faster. Preferred second team main DPS for Abyss. I use Beidou as my first team, so like in group 1 it's Beidou as my primary DPS, and then in group 2 I have Mona as my main DPS. I just split them up for Abyss so that my primary DPS just goes one to the other is all. And then Jean stays with Mona. Yeah, the other elemental book. Yeah, isn't there two? I think one's energy recharge and one is elemental damage percent for application of enemies. Elemental mastery isn't my favorite way to build Mona. I do think it has merit, but I don't think that it's great if you're trying to build her as a primary DPS. Because if you're trying to build Mona as a primary DPS so that she's dealing damage always, you're not going to get any damage out of her unless you swap off of her, apply an element to somebody else, and then come back. And even then, unless you're going straight into her charged attack, like right off the bat, then you're not going to get much damage production because you're going to pop that reaction from the first or second regular hits, or right off the reaction, and then you're going to have to swap off to produce another one and come back. Whereas if you produce her as attack, then you can use her as a primary DPS like I do here. I just think it's a better way to utilize Mona, but there's a lot of different ways to get it done.
To ashes! Decided by destiny!
He didn't stay in that form long enough for me to actually get benefit out of the ult. That was unfortunate. I was a little slow on that one. So right now, I don't think I mean, I probably will take the Solar Pearl from the Battle Pass reward, but I don't know if I'll swap my weapon out or not. It'll kind of depend on what I think I can get done with it, because I've got, you know, this weapon, the Eye of Perception, already, which is pretty solid and produces bonus damage. So I'm not unhappy with it and its production so far as a whole. Really what I want is the focus book. I think is better for Mona, because then I get my increased criticals, so it puts Mona really close to the crit cap really fast. And oh, I just got a purple gladiator item. Too bad it's the same item I already have. I really would have liked that to have been a brooch. That would have been nice. Let's see. No idea for DPS. Mainly use combos and jungling to do normal damage while using Kaya in tactical situations because he teleports on last hits. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good way to utilize Kaya. I do think that Kaya is, again, another underrated character on the roster. I do think that Chongyun overall is a better cryo producer, but if you don't have him, Kaya is still very effective because his cooldowns are very low. So there's definitely merit to that. Yeah, the focus weapon. Right now I'm struggling to remember what the hell that weapon was called, though. Hang on. I should be able to find something to tell you. Hang on 2 seconds here. I've got a lot of like data saved and stuff for what I was using in the past. So I just have to see where it was.
Fate is called
Royal Grimoire. Royal Grimoire. Grimoire. I don't know how to say that, but yeah, that's the name of the book. Its bonus is called Focus, which upon damaging an enemy increases crit rate by 8% at a max of 5 stacks. It's a really, really effective weapon for Mona. Okay, let's see. Didn't have Eye, but that we can get from the shop. Yeah, the Eye of Perception is a really strong weapon for Mona. It leans into what, like, kind of the way I'm building her right now. Maybe not quite as well as the Focus weapon will, but it does do the trick nicely because it just provides a large attack bonus already at level 60. It's already really giving me a lot of benefit. That's not for 2 days. I need to do... No, wait, that's today. Yeah, I can do that now. I need to do this now. Easy to max refine to over a few weeks. Yeah, that's also true. Crafted weapons are always going to be easier to max refine for sure. No pyro cryo. I don't even... Electrostatic field. This is the electric party one, so yeah, that's fine. So I need to take out Beidao and replace her with Chongyun for this one.
Present.
So this is the kind of thing that Venti really shines in. He definitely produces a good deal better in places like this as opposed to in the overworld. Here and in Spiral Abyss, you're gonna definitely get a lot more impact from Venti.
Think you can get away? Let me scry.
A touch of frost.
Just gotta keep remembering to charge it with Venti in here. That's the trick. You gotta actually remember that you do need to pop over to him and generate some reactions to actually charge that effect up properly. But you will extract a lot more benefit from him in here because it's in a tight space and most of the mobs are medium sized, so you can get a lot of opportunities to utilize his ult in here.
Let me scry.
Oh my god, I can't even electrocute it. Oh, these. Okay. No big deal with this.
Over here. Let me amuse myself.
My blade.
What the hell? I went for the bugs instead.
Look at me. Just once more.
Yeah, it's the last fragile resin that I have. Great. Hopefully I'll get more of those quick. New comp, Jean, Xiangling, Beidao, then fourth is Razor, Noelle, or Barbara, depending on the situation. Yeah, I think that that's probably a pretty viable setup. Especially since you have that 5-star weapon you said on Xiangling. Yeah, you should be fine. Default 4 characters, Xiangling, Fischl, Barbara, and Noelle. Not much because I'm playing for free. What do you suggest? So kind of my general thought on a go-to free-to-play setup is going to be depending on whether or not you want to use a very pigeonholed healer like Barbara, or one that's kind of a hybrid heal DPS like Noelle. So, you know, if you build Noelle for full defense and pop her shield and spin, you're going to get good return for her heals on that combination, especially if you get one constellation on Noelle, which isn't particularly unlikely because, you know, she's 4-star. I think I do have one on her. But some people, you know, that may not happen for, but you can still get good return from her even without that one constellation. And then you still get good damage options out of Noelle, which is the most important thing, whereas you do not get those damage options with Barbara. The other thing you don't get with Barbara is shields. So with Noelle, obviously, you're going to get those elemental shields to protect you from things like the Abyss Mages and the elemental slimes and archers that have elemental elements, or just whatever elements you have in your party to generate shields from. So Noelle's going to also provide you that benefit, which is just going to prevent you from taking damage in the first place. So just because Noelle has a lower production of heals doesn't necessarily make her inferior to Barbara. I do think that Barbara is obviously the better healer, but not all situations necessarily call for that, you know, instantaneous big heal. To me, the general best combination of the free-to-play characters is going to be Amber with Animo Traveler and Lisa, and then you're gonna fit your last role in as your support character. So if you don't need heals at all, you play, you know, squirrely enough to not take damage, then you can take, you know, like a Kaya or something to produce ice reactions. But if you do need those heals and you do want the support, then that's where you're going to fit Noelle or Barbara in based on what style of healer you prefer. Noelle will still give you damage, will still give you crowd control options that Barbara will not give you. If you do take Barbara, then there's some compelling reasons to maybe take a Kaya instead of Lisa for the frozen interactions, but you do have to be careful about, you know, freezing the environment and then walking Barbara on it because her attacks make herself wet, and that can cause you problems. So you do have to be careful about stuff like that.
Written in the stars.
A touch of frost.
Yahoo!
What's wrong with her voice?
One with my blade.
Let's play. Shadows of fate. Time for takeoff.
A touch of froth.
Oh.
Here to play with me.
And you could always just turn the volume down. I don't think she's any... I don't really think she's that bad. I mean, I suppose where some could perceive it to be that way, but yeah. I mean, certainly the enemy I'm fighting right now I think is worse than Lisa is in terms of being somewhat distracting in the way that their voice and wording is chosen.
Look at me. Just once more.
Fix your gearing for Mona official Gene, attack crit, EM, attack recharge respectively. It's like I just doubled your output. Okay. Yeah, EM on official, proc overcharge when Mona attacks. Yeah, see, and now you're built kind of the way I am, where you're relying now on Mona as your backbone DPS. You're definitely going to notice an impact in your output. It's really nice. Like, once I started setting up this way and I figured out to do it this way, there really wasn't any going back to a different method for me anymore. And yeah, so basically, elemental mastery is only, like I was saying earlier, it only provides you with benefit when you produce reactions. So that the character that sets your first reaction isn't going to get that benefit. It's the character that touches it afterward that's going to extract that benefit. So whereas you want your main line DPS to always be punchy. So if you want Mona as a fast DPS character to always be punchy, she shouldn't be your elemental master. That should be something like Fischl, who you'll switch to, you'll pop out Oz, and then all of those interactions are going to hit harder because of that situation, because of the elemental mastery. Yeah, the Cicerin is Cicerin, or whatever, however you say it. Yeah, they're definitely careful about how they choose their verbiage. And by that I mean they're not particularly careful at all. Okay, yeah, if you have C1 on Noelle, then using her breastplate and her ult at the same time turns her heal into a 100% of the time type situation. And then obviously, you know, when her ult is activated, her reach is significantly longer, so spinning with that pretty much allows you to hit everything that you're fighting at, you know, simultaneously for guaranteed heals that scale on her defense. So she's, at that point, she's going to be putting up nearly Barbara numbers. In the future, I'm going to be doing different versions of my scale. So right now, the way the Historia Scale is working is with no constellations, as I say at the beginning of all the videos. And I've done this because that is the most realistic scenario for a free-to-play player. You're going to see less depth in constellations than people who are putting money into the game, because you're not going to get as much access to the wish system. So the scale in its base form is going to give you the truest version of what to expect from these characters. But after the full scale is done, I'm going to reevaluate the roster of characters on 3 constellations and then again on 6 constellations. And then also once endgame starts to become more apparent and people are getting everything to 60, I'm also going to add a couple of new metrics for growth overall, and then reevaluate everything in that. And these are, you know, things that are going to happen, you know, 6 months down the road or a year down the road as more things are established within the game and more people are looking at level 90 content. That way you still will have a good idea of how these characters will work. But right now, The scale is basically working for,
can one see the true world around
you know,
them.
not very many constellations and content at, you know, up to and around 60, 70, the content that you're likely to see within the next few months. It has been a ton of work already. It's been, you know, hundreds of hours of beating on the same enemies and drinking a lot of, like, purple zero sugar monsters to keep myself awake. So it's definitely been a lot of work. I mean, it's something that I enjoy doing, though. It definitely is. Like, I've always been this kind of a gamer where, like, I have to know everything. And if that information isn't readily available, then I'm gonna have to find a way to look. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to definitely swap characters because that one stays. But I'm definitely gonna have to find a way to get the information that I need. And in this game, I was presented with the opportunity to get it myself, and I thought, okay, if I'm gonna get this information, then I think I should share it with everybody, because then it will have a greater impact, and it will, you know, help everybody. So that's pretty much what my whole implementation plan has been since then.
Astrologers must
I do appreciate it. And you know, it's not a big deal. You know, it's really, it's kind of something I just enjoy. Like I've always had kind of an affinity for digging into kind of what makes the characters in games tick, and kind of trying to figure out how to maximize, you know, the effectiveness of every character. So for this game, you know, it was pretty much a matter of figuring out where all of their bases fall before you start applying percentage-based bonuses to them, so that you have a good idea of how they work and how you can, you know, fit them into your party. So yeah, and I'm really glad that it's resonating with some people, and that you guys appreciate it. I really do. It means a lot to me that you guys are finding it useful, and that you guys are actually able to use it to set your parties up. I appreciate it, Hamim. I really do. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I don't have very many resin left, so I probably shouldn't do any of those. This is gonna be the gene quest. This will probably be a lot of experience, so I might as well work on this.
Quite busy recently.
I appreciate it, Wolfie. Yeah, I mean, I hope with time that, you know, that more people catch it and see it and spread it around, so that, you know, the community actually gets a sense of a tier list, quote unquote, that is actually based on numbers, as opposed to maybe just what some people thought was, you know, the best characters based on their performance in Spiral Abyss. I mean, Spiral Abyss is important. It definitely is. It might be one of the most important things in the game, but it's not the only thing about the game. And if you're going to base a tier list on that, then it should be clear why. And the tier lists that we have currently don't really do that.
I have something I'd like the Knights of Favonius to do for me, and I want you to
I
pass
appreciate
on my
it,
request to the acting
It's not
Grand
necessary
Master.
for you to, you know, to comment. You know, like, I see that the likes and the views pop up on there, and I appreciate that alone. And if, you know, all the better for it if you do comment, though, and I'll always be appreciative and try to, you know, I try my hardest to respond to everybody. And obviously, you know, 6 weeks ago when I broke 100 subscribers, it was a lot easier for me to respond to all the comments, but now that I broke 1,000 today, like, I'm starting to find it a little bit harder to catch all of them, because it doesn't notify me of all of them. I kind of have to start pouring through all the videos to make sure that that I haven't missed anything. And as I gain more subscribers, it's going to get a little bit harder to keep up with. But I'm still trying to get to everybody. I think that it's important that I try to respond to everybody as best as I can, and I really do appreciate the support that you guys have shown.
Oh, so it's Jean you were really hoping to see.
You are close with her.
And yeah, the scale is basically intended to be free-to-play friendly. I do feel like that's going to appeal to the largest portion of the community. A lot of people prefer to play games in a free-to-play fashion, and they'll invest in the game only when they really feel like they've gotten their return from it. And, you know, I think that that's a fine way to approach the game, and if I can make something that will help you do that better, then all the better for it. And that's kind of, you know, again, a big part of what the Historia Scale right now is focused on is, you know, those free-to-play comparisons. I appreciate it, Tiberius. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what my idea was behind these streams, and that's what I'll be doing with the Saturday night streams and any other streams that I may or may not decide to do in the future, is just kind of keep a chill atmosphere and just field questions from you guys while, you know, like I do bosses or run dungeons. And, you know, like if you know, in the future, if there's people in here watching that are close to my AR rank, you know, maybe we can even team up and do some dungeons together, that kind of thing. And just, you know, grind some bosses out and have a good time.
The problem is that the suppliers in Springvale say that deliveries have nothing to do with them. They're just responsible.
What? No! How is that going to help?
Please, ask Master Jean to send a party to clear out the hilly trails from the road to Springvale. Oh, help at last. With Jean on the case,
at the moment, Wolfie, I don't actually have a Discord server yet, but I've actually had that request pop up quite a few times as of late. So I would expect me to be making an announcement about a Discord server probably within the next few weeks. That way, my intent with a Discord server would be pretty much to just create an atmosphere where you guys can kind of see what I'm working on, with little updates here and there, that kind of thing. And if you guys want to, you know, discuss, you know, things, and, you know, I'll pop in from time to time and, you know, see if I can answer questions, that kind of thing, just like I would here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you guys could chill there and just communicate with each other and you know, help each other out as well. And, you know, the more kind of, you know, communities that can grow around Genshin Impact, I think the better experience that you'll have, and the more access to, you know, useful information you'll have as well.
Seems like everyone really trusts Jean.
Oh,
so yeah, I would expect that to be showing up here probably within the next few weeks. Right now I'm still, you know, trying to push out as many of the scale videos in a short period of time as I can. But that's they do take me quite a long time. I would say the average scale from start to finish, you know, this is after the hundreds of hours of testing and all that other stuff that I had to do to even get to this point. But once I actually sit down and start working on writing the script and editing it and comparing it to all the data that I've already had, and then actually editing everything together from my voice recordings, it takes me anywhere from 8 to 12 hours to make each of those in a single sitting. So it's been a lot of work, and now that I've got 8 scale videos down, I've still got what is that, leave 15 more for the remaining characters on the roster. It's still going to take me probably 2-3 weeks to get everybody done, but in the short term my plan is to get Venti, Mona, and probably Jean will be the next 3, and then from there I'm gonna kind of weigh it out based on popularity of characters and what people are requesting. Or if a banner pops up, like if the Klee banner pops up or something, or if they announce that the Klee banner is going to pop up, I'll probably bump her up the list and do her sooner so that you guys kind of have a good idea if you should be trying to get her in before that. I'll tell you right now, since you guys are in here, Venti does very well on the scale. His score is, he will beat everybody that's currently on it. So if you were wondering whether or not you should roll for Venti, I would recommend doing it, because he will give you a lot of depth when doing dungeons and the Spiral Abyss. So if you're wondering, you know, if Venti's going to beat people who are on the scale right now, yes, he will beat everybody I have done so far.
Fine. In for a penny, in for a pound, just a Paimon way. But
yeah, I've got a lot more coming soon.
This is stretching the definition of on the way, in my opinion.
And I definitely appreciate the feedback that I've gotten from some of you, especially from the earlier videos, the earlier scale videos that I did, because that helped me kind of hone it in to make sure that it was easy to read, easy to look at, and you know, overall a much better experience for everybody. So I really do appreciate that as well.
When I was adventuring in the ashes.
What do you think this is, kiddo? A fruit juice store?
1.1 patch notes. So my opinion on the 1.1 patch notes. This is kind of a delicate subject because MiHoYo has been very clear that that is not necessarily good information. But the way I feel about the 1.1 patch notes information is this. I feel like it's probably information that was given out from a Chinese pioneer tester. So it's probably accurate, but MiHoYo is not necessarily ready to confirm that that information is completely accurate because it's probably subject to changes, be it big or small. So I would imagine that there's probably some level of truth to it, but there's probably going to be changes to it. So I don't know that I necessarily buy that all the pity things are going to happen exactly the way it's been said. I don't know that I buy that Kamisato Ayaka is going to be a free character. I feel like the Kamisato Ayaka thing is probably the one thing, if any of them, that's not true. I think that it is more likely to be one of the trial things where you'll get to try the character for free or something, just like the Jean and the Klee and the Venti quests that I'm working on right now. I think it's going to be like one of those situations. I don't necessarily think we're going to be getting Kamisato for free. So I definitely don't want to tell you, and this is one of the reasons why I haven't done a news video on the 1.1 patch note stuff that's gone out, because I just don't think all of it's true. I really don't, and I don't want to report that information if it's not accurate, if that makes sense. So until we get some kind of confirmation, I don't really want to report on it. So and I, you know, there's a lot of other YouTubers out there that'll do that news for you right away. So there's a good chance that you probably have already seen it. And while I do think that, you know, okay, if I posted it, you guys would probably still watch it, and I would appreciate that, and it would bring views and be good for the channel. But at the same time, if it's not for sure going to be real news, then I don't know if it's valuable. So I'd rather make sure that it's vetted, accurate information before I actually report on it. Yeah, I kind of agree, Tiberius. I didn't... Pretty much all of them were jumping on it immediately. And, you know, it's not for me to, like, really judge about that. You know, like, if that's their format, that's what they want to do, that's cool. You know, I support that. Like, I was thinking about it at first, but really what it came down to was, is this information correct? For sure? No, it's not. So I just didn't want to report on it right now. Because I just I don't think that it's valuable to pass that information on as official news or likely news that you can plan around if there's no viable source behind it. Yeah, exactly, and I think that's why MiHoYo made those official posts about not believing that information, or maybe taking that information with a grain of salt, because it's not been officially vetted by them. And whether or not that information is accurate or not, you know, they haven't officially announced it. So, you know, all they can do is, you know, kind of go into CYA and make sure that they don't, you know, that you know, everybody isn't pretending that information is fully accurate, because it may not be. Even if some of that information is accurate, if they make any changes at all and everybody's planning on it to be one way and they change it, then all of a sudden there's problems and outrage could occur. And, you know, that's again part of the reason why I didn't want to report on it, is because I don't want to be part of what's causing that. The kind of stuff that I want to report on for this channel is going to be stuff that will, you know, kind of bring benefit to you, but at the same time also keep things in the positive. I don't want to report on things that end up being negative that then, you know, could potentially cause drama or perpetuate drama in the community. I want, you know, the Tevat Historia YouTube channel to be, you know, generally a positive atmosphere.
After all, the wine industry is Mondstadt's main source of income. Jean takes great pains to make sure no detail is overlooked.
The 4-star pity item was too much of a utopian scheme. I don't know if I know what you mean by that. The character may be true, but the gacha system is too good to be true. You know, I could see where that could be a thing.
The acting
But
Grandmaster's hard
I don't know,
work
at the same
indeed makes our
time,
lives
like,
a whole lot
there's just
easier.
something at my, like, I'm just afraid to get my hopes up, you know, about the free Kamisato thing. I really am, because, you know, all of the previous beta tests, the one previous beta test that she was in, the general
certainly very lucky,
consensus
but
was that she was very
to
good.
put it
And
bluntly,
granted, that was almost 18
we
months
just
ago
take it
now.
for granted
So it's
that
been a
that's the
good
norm now.
amount of time, or maybe it's 16 months. It's been a while, regardless. And it's been a while, she could have changed a bit, but I suspect she will still be very good. And getting her for free, I feel like it just, there's something about it seems so unlikely to me. Like, that's a character that they know is very popular. There's so many people who, like, that's their number one go-to, like, that's the character they're waiting for. And if they didn't capitalize on that financially, I would be surprised. Honestly, I think that would be a huge integrity move for MiHoYo if they gave that character out for free, knowing how much hype there is behind it. I think that would be huge. And you know, maybe they could play it out just like they did with Barbara, where it's like, you know, if you get it within this certain amount of time, you get it for free. Otherwise, there will be a banner for it later. Let's see. Elnico lineage. Hang on, I missed your question. Hang on, let me go up. Stand by. What? 1.1 patch. That's actually what I've been discussing for most of this. 50 times roll to get the bounding 5-star fate and change with the 5-star character. So right now, I kind of have to agree with what people were saying up above. Elnico lineage. I think that's probably not fully true. So I'm not really sure about that right now. Something about that does seem too good to be true. It really does. So I don't know if I would go into the future expecting that to actually occur. Would it be great if it did? Awesome. I really do. And do I think it would be good for the game? I really do. Because, you know, I think the game, it would go a long ways towards making people feel like they can invest a modest amount of money into the game and still get the characters that they want, as opposed to knowing that the way to get the characters they want is going to be pretty much, you know, turning their wallet over and emptying it out, because that's kind of the way it is right now. It's definitely, unless you're lucky, a little bit hard to pull a character right now, because of the way the odds are stacked right now. I've seen games that are worse and even more expensive, but so I mean, I don't want to be too harsh on Genshin for that, because I really it could be a lot worse, and there are games that have no pity systems at all. So you know, it's one of those like gift horse in the mouth kind of situations, really. And yeah, I agree. I don't really think the bounding fate thing is really going to happen. I really don't.
When you put it like that,
yeah,
I
and
do
the characters
feel quite
leak thing is
ashamed.
the only thing that actually is true, and that's because it's
suppose
not
I
even
should
really a
give her
leak at
one
this
on the
point,
house
because the
next time
pictures
she's
have been
here.
unveiled for them. And I mean, and honestly, we all kind of knew that Zhongli and Child were going to be playable characters anyways. The other two characters, however, that was a surprise, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more of those.
Although, I doubt the acting Grandmaster even has the time to spare for that.
Sounds like a poor excuse to deny Jean a free drink. Come on, let's go and see Jean.
Pass the commissions on to Jean. Alright, let's see. Yeah, and I mean, even if the Bounding Fates thing does end up being true, yeah, we don't know what the transfer rate will be on it. Because right now they're kind of making it, like, the leaks kind of make it seem like it's going to be like, okay, you didn't get it, and so, you know, here's a pity that will allow you to pick what character you want. And that would be amazing. But it also seems too good to be true, and you know what they say about things that seem too good to be true.
Hey, you two!
Margaret? What are you doing here?
My cat's gone missing. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen your cat.
This is a bit worrying. What if Prince can't find his way home?
Nah,
Sure, we'll look
you're
for
always
it.
such a big softie. But aren't we in the middle of something? Sarah and Charles need our help urgently too. Let's go and see Jean first.
You're on the way to see Jean? What a coincidence! Yes, I wanted to see if Jean could help look for my cat.
Seriously? You want Jean to help look for your cat?
Kai gets wet status on high altitudes. Really? I don't know that I've noticed that. Where's the location that's occurred? Maybe up at the peak. It's probably one of the higher locations that I can think of. But I'm trying to think what wet status on high altitudes. I'm not sure if I follow exactly, like, how do you replicate that?
Hey! Unbelievable! Guess the case of Prince the Missing Cat is now added to the agenda for our meeting with Jean.
High Mountains, maybe. Yeah, I might. I don't know how that one is said. I'm gonna have to head out there and try and check that out at some point. Jeff, yeah. So for Mona as a main DPS, what I've done with Mona as a main DPS is I've set her up as an attacker. So pretty much you want attack and critical as your two primary stats. So for artifacts, it's pretty much all attack straight across the board. If you can get one of these to be hydro damage percent, that's also going to work really nicely. Actually, I think it works slightly better than attack percentage from tests that I've done in the past. So if you can get that, that will really help you out a lot. There are some people who are building Mona as a elemental mastery type character, but that's really more if you're using Mona as a reactions character, not as a main burst DPS. So if you build her as straight attack with critical, so 118% attack bonus, 12% critical bonus, and then as much additional crit as you can get. If you can get your hands on the Royal Grimoire, which is the focus 4-star book, that will also be really, really nice. Right now I have the Eye of Perception, which is straight attack. That's also very good for building her as an attacker. I'd love to get the Skyward Tome or the Skyward Catalyst or whatever that book is called. That's also a really good weapon for her. Because that one's just straight attack, but its bonus is really nice. That's the 5-star one. I wish I could get that one.
Divination is about precisely foretelling
Genshin Gamer.
one's written destiny.
You know who I'm definitely a Mona ganger for sure. I think that she's gonna be the best character in terms of like overall design. I think the character from a strictly like design standpoint is very unique. I've had a habit of for years now of making characters who kind of look like her in other games, and then they made this character and I was really surprised. In fact, right down to like the stars on one leg and stuff, like that was a thing that I had been doing for years in other games, and then they actually just straight up like put a character that looked like a character that I would make in a game, so in this game. So I was pretty surprised about that. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, for me it's definitely Mona from a design standpoint, but also from a damage standpoint. Her skill set is very interesting and very unique to me, and I think that one of the other subtle things that a lot of people don't notice about Mona's taunt ability is if you tap it, it throws out ahead of you. I don't know, maybe like 5 or 10 meters or whatever that is. But if you hold it, she'll slide backwards and place it where she's standing instead. So that's one of the kind of like the small little nuance things about the skill that like allows you a little bit more mobility as this character, but you have to be really paying attention to know which one you need to use, because if you tap, you stay where you are and you put it on them. But if you hold it, you put it where you are and you slide away from them. So definitely make sure that you utilize that when possible. For Jean is also really good. So I've got Jean built as a attacker sub healer, and by that I mean like she is my primary healer, and the way I've got her built is primarily attack. So she's attack here, and attack here, but she's healing bonus on the last item. But she does have some attack bonuses in the substats underneath that. But her set bonuses are focused on energy recharge and attack. Her heals, her heals scale on her attack. So focusing on bringing up her damage is going to be very important. And I've got mine almost at 1200 now, so her heals are pretty effective here already. But if you focus on giving her recharge, like this weapon, for instance, has recharge, but also one of my artifact bonuses is the Exile, which is another 20% recharge. This is going to charge her ult faster, and this is going to give you that holy crap button to save your your team when everything's getting really dicey. So that would be the way I would recommend to set up a Jean all day. And I think if you're one of those people, like for me, Jean was the first 5-star character that I rolled, and even building her like this as a an attacker sub healer, she was still, before I got Mona, my main DPS. Like, she still was outproducing Beidou in my overall DPS because her E ability is so impactful. Because it's not just the damage of the E ability itself, but the fact that you can point it up and throw the enemies up into the air and let them take falling damage. That produces so much extra damage that it's one of those things that's so easy to overlook. For my Beidou right now, she is she's sitting on mostly damage with pretty much mostly damage right now. So I got lucky and I scored 2 of this 5-star weapon just like I did with Jean. So the bonus on this weapon is pretty ridiculous. So I really don't see myself swapping this weapon ever, unless I somehow get something better than this, but that seems kind of unlikely. And then after that, pretty much everything else is attack. So like Beidou's cooldown is kind of in the moderate range for her primary elemental skill. So you're not going to be able to lean on that all the time. So martial artist is really nice for increasing your attack and charge damage, which is good. But Sojourner will attack everything, or will increase the damage of everything, including your elemental attacks, and because of the way that those calculations are made. So in time, I actually intend to replace martial artist with an attack percentage increase as well. But right now, this is just what I have access to. Jeff, yeah, if I did not have Jean, I would be using Barbara as my healer, more than likely, yes. Well, I don't know. Actually, now that because I have Mona, I don't know. I think I'd probably end up going with Noelle as my healer, just because I don't think I would want to double down on Hydro. Yeah, I don't know that I'd want to double down on that. Like, I don't think that the Hydro Elemental resonance is as enticing to me as the Animo one is. It's not bad. I mean, affected by Pyro for 40% less time is I don't get it lit on fire, but increases incoming healing by 30% is nice. But at the end of the day, if you're building your Barbara correctly, then you're not going to need that anyways. She's going to be filling your whole team up regardless, and then that resonance is just kind of wasted. Berserker is really a good set for characters with fast attack speed. Whereas characters like Beidou have relatively slow attack speed, so your chances to generate criticals are already lower, if that makes sense. So like you have this like incredibly low attack speed, and then if you've got like 50 or 60% critical, like you might do good damage, you might not, but you've got like all this time in between them. Whereas like Mona's hitting this target 3 or 4 or 5 times in the time that Beidou's hitting it twice. So you've got all these additional opportunities to create those criticals. Elmico, yeah, I used Jean as my primary DPS before I got Mona, so yeah, she's definitely very capable of producing primary DPS numbers if you build her as straight attack. So like when I was using Jean as my primary DPS, I did not have the healing bonus item, I had another attack item in that slot instead. So if you just went ahead and swapped her to straight attack across the board, but still utilizing energy regeneration as your secondary bonus, and if you can, a weapon that also produces energy regeneration, so that you still have those heals when you need them on tap, yeah, you should be in a good spot. Build for Ningguang, same as Mona. I did that on Pioneer, and it was very effective. I'm actually working on doing that for my Ningguang here, but she isn't quite there yet. Like, I just don't have the additional like enhancement opportunities. Like, I've already got the 2 set bonuses set up on her. I just don't have the weapon depth quite yet. I've only got this weapon right now, which is Elemental Mastery, which is not really ideal. So I'm pretty much only using Ningguang as a backup for specific things right now. More often than not right now, I'm just using her when I need to hunt rocks. I mean, so martial artist isn't a bad, like, you know, if you don't have martial artist, you can sub it out for another 18% attack, and that won't be really a problem, honestly. You should be fine. Yeah, not a problem, Lineage. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let me know what you think, Genshin. I think you'll like it though. It works effectively. I've been able to produce good with it. I had it set up like that. Like basically, in the Pioneer test, what I would do is I would swap whenever I needed to use Ningguang. Like, usually I would use Ningguang as my secondary when I went and fought Oceanid, so that I'd just have water shields against the freaking birds and all that stuff. So I would take, because I couldn't take Mona in there, I would just take my gear off of Mona and put it on Ningguang, and I was always, each and every time, I was just blown away by how fast Ningguang was still killing stuff. Like, it was still really fast. Not quite as good as Mona, but still pretty good. And it was definitely surprising to me. Aquila Favona. Yes, Aquila Favona is definitely a great weapon. The way I feel about that weapon is, like, if you're wanting to lean into Jean as a as just like a straight up attacker, like, you can do that. And it's not to say, like, you're still going to be able to heal. It's not as if you're not going to, you know, be able to heal, or that it's not going to work, because it scales on attack, right? So if you use that weapon increases physical damage, though. It doesn't increase your attack stat, so it's not going to really give you any inherent benefit to your heals. So, like, as long as you're building everything else around as attack, you're still going to get good return for your heals, but your weapon's not going to contribute to that. So if you're using Aquila Favona on Jean, it's not helping her heal set. It's not working against it, but it's not helping it, if that makes sense.
I do hope the Knights of Favonia...
So, Genshin, if you're talking about the way Mona's sprint used to work, it used to keep you in place, like where you didn't have any forward projection when you came out of the ground, but now it does. So, like, you don't have to worry about getting stuck on things as much, and it works 100% better than it used to. Oh, I just realized I did not put Ningguang or Beidao back in. I need to do that. Okay, well, I guess I can freeze him instead.
Let me scry.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize he was gonna hit me, but that's fine. Let's see if I can freeze him one more time.
Fate is upon you.
Oh, huge hit. Yeah, I seem to recall you telling me that you were not happy about that in Pioneer, but yeah, they fixed it right at the end of Pioneer. So, like, it like, before the end, we were already aware that, like, they were aware of the movement issues, that, like, not actually moving at all when you enter and exit it was causing. Because basically you would just pop out of the ground and go straight up and just get smacked in the face as soon as you came out of it. But now that doesn't happen anymore because of the forward momentum. Yeah, Mona, as a main DPSer, man, there's no replacing her. I strongly believe that. I really do. On my, you know, as far as the Historia Scale is concerned, there's only one character that's going to outproduce her in terms of attack score, but there's definitely other stats that that Mona beats that character in. So, I mean, it's kind of, you know, kind of a matter of what you prefer as to which one you would choose. Yeah, I mean, I think if you were to get Mona, dude, I don't think you would be upset about it if you built her. You'd be pretty happy with the output that you could produce with her. I mean, like, you know, I have a 5-star weapon with a dupe on both Jean and Beidao, and I have a 4-star weapon with, I think, 1 duplicate on Mona, and Mona is outproducing both of them, so... She's definitely powerful. If you set her up the right way, she'll definitely produce for you. Noelle, Ningguang, Sucrose, Xiangling. Haven't been sweating it more than just using who I think looks cool. Okay, I mean, that's definitely one way to do it too. And, you know, I'm definitely not going to be, you know, the guy who's like, you know, oh, you can't do that. Like, no, I mean, play the game the way, you know, makes you happy. But, you know, I think that's really one of the most important things, you know, like if a character, like for instance for me, like I'm not like the plays lolly guy. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Like I understand some people will, you know, like those kind of characters. Like I'm just not the guy who plays those characters. So like characters like Chi-Chi and Klee, they don't really speak to me. They really don't. I definitely would, like, if I got them, I'd use them in instances where I thought they would be strategically valuable to me, but, like, they wouldn't be a character that, like, outside of that would really, like, be like, oh, I have to use this character because it's cool. Like, nah, they're not really the characters that speak to me. Hang on just one second, Phil, I'll answer your question.
Take this!
Oh, okay, you just smacked me right in the face, that's cool. Aw, turn around. Oh my god, this thing keeps turning around on me. Okay, so the way you set up Mona as a primary DPS is you just build her as attack and critical. So the way I currently have it set up right now, and it's still a work in progress, I haven't gotten it to where I had it the last time I had her, is a 2-piece Sojourner, 2-piece Berserker, and then each of the individual ones are attack. So right now these are all attack. If you can get one of them, I believe it can only be these two, as Hydro bonus damage, I would swap one of them, not both, but one of them to Hydro bonus damage, and from testing I actually did get slightly better returns from having one of them as Hydro bonus damage, but everything else is attack. And then as much critical in your substats as you can get. The last time I had her at about, I want to say 60% critical. Right now I've only got her at about 30% critical rate. This is the wrong window. Yeah, I've got her just short of 30% crit rate, and this is still already pretty effective, but if you can get her closer to 60, and for best results, if you can get her the Royal Grimoire, which is the focus weapon, focus 4-star weapon, it builds 8% critical stacks up to 4 times, and it enhances her crit even that much more, and you'll see a lot of returns because of how fast her attack speed is. Yeah, I think Amber is a very worthwhile character in the early game. Honestly, I was using Amber until I realized how good Venti was, and then I replaced Amber. And even then, like, at first I was considering still putting Amber back in to keep the fire reactions, so that I didn't have to dig in my inventory or into my character roster every time I needed to light up a fire reaction or light a lantern or something like that. But I got kind of addicted to the elemental resonance of 2 Animo characters for the movement speed, stamina, efficiency, and cooldown recovery. And now I just don't think I can go back. I just don't think I can. Yeah, not a problem, Fulan. And if you have any other questions, you know, feel free to shoot them at me. Yeah, I mean, Amber kind of is the puzzle queen, but at the same time, I definitely feel like she does have more value than that. Like I said, before I realized how good Venti actually was, I was using Amber as my primary, like, utility role character. So the same role that I have Venti in right now, because the ability to strike weak points is really, really useful. And at the same time, you know, when I got Venti, I did not yet have Mona. So it was a hard decision for me, even after I figured out how good Venti is, to take her out of my party, because then I was also giving up the lure. And the bunny has really, really good reactions with Jean, because if the bunny isn't where you want it to be, you can just, you know, pop it in the back with Jean and it will reposition. Or if an enemy knocks it away, you can hit it with Jean and it'll reposition it, or you can just pick it up and push it wherever you want it to be. Or if it's about to explode and the enemies are trying to move away, you can just charge with Jean until it explodes, pulling them all in towards it, and then it will do swirl damage on top of all of that. So Jean synergizes with Amber really, really well. So like if you're you know, in possession of Jean and nobody else, like Amber's gonna synergize and give you good returns for your investment. She's definitely an underrated character. Oh, okay. I didn't see that coming.
Decided by destiny.
So Genshin, I would say it's a little bit of both. So like I'm not gonna sit here and deny that it wasn't, you know, one of those. But it was definitely a little bit of both. So like I didn't, from the free rolls that they gave us right off the top, I didn't get anything. Like I literally got only like the 4-star guaranteed on all of those. And then when I, you know, dipped into, like I had basically set some money aside, because once I, you know, I knew I was going to go all in for the game, like I started to set a little aside every month so that it wouldn't like really dig into like, you know, my financial budget and all that stuff. So I started to put a little money aside every month so that I could, you know, kind of have at. And my very first roll after swiping the good old card was Jean, and I was like, okay, maybe that's a good sign, maybe that's, you know, where things are going to go. And then pretty much everything else hit pity. Until a couple days ago, I had saved up from exploring 5 rolls, and I did the rolls and didn't get anything. And so when I finished up those rolls, I had like 1,543 Primo Gems. I was just short of one more, and I was like, ah, what the hell? So I topped up just enough to do one more roll and got Mona. So I was like, okay, well, that's the character I wanted anyways. So it worked out for me. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, if you're really, you know, more excited about the characters that are coming than the characters that are on the existing roster, then, you know, I certainly understand that. You know, if that's what you got to do to, you know, make sure that you get a character that you really want, then, you know, by all means. Honest to goodness, out of those 1.1 characters, I'm really excited to see more about Xiangling. I think that he could be really, really cool. I think that Xiangling is going to probably, Xiangling is going to really impress us all. I really do. I think that character is going to be boss as hell. No, the Electro Shield was generated from the that boss that I was fighting. He generates like some kind of geo abilities while you're fighting those, and sometimes like from those and from the geo mishap rollers, they'll, like, when you attack them, they'll produce crystallized effects for some reason, and that's what that Electro Shield came off of. Yeah, with Inazuma, it's going to be the Electro Traveler, because Inazuma is going to be the Electro, the land of the Electro God. I'm really curious to see, really, I mean, of all the things that are coming in 1.1, if you know, in fact, Inazuma is going to be what's in 1.1, which I think pretty much everybody's in agreement that is what's going to be happening. I think the Electro Traveler is one of the things I'm most excited about. I'm really excited to see where that goes. Somebody asked the question earlier what my actual favorite element is in the game, and it is Electro, despite the fact that Mona is my favorite character in the game. Electro is my favorite element for sure, and I think that the Electro Traveler could be really, really cool. Let's see how close to 35 I am. I still got a little ways to go. I already did that puzzle down there. Best way to spend resins for world level 4 preparation. I would say you're never going to go wrong spending your resins earning character ascension materials. So specifically the materials that you need to like actually like ascend your characters to level 70 and beyond. So like you're always going to get good returns for that.
Eyes on me.
Becomes the hunted.
Future resonance being weapon switches. So I certainly wouldn't be against that. I think maybe it could get a little stale if every single weapon for the Traveler is always a sword. I think if the Traveler ended up having a spell book or a great sword or a bow at some point, would be pretty cool. I think that the one unfortunate downside to that, I don't think that will happen with Electro, just because there's currently no Electro one-hand sword wielders. Oh wait, yes there is. There's Kuching, so I'm wrong. But she is the only one of those. Whereas Electro is probably the element that has the most depth in terms of options. So that is the one downside to Electro Traveler being the next element, is that's an element that already has so many options. So you're not really gonna be necessarily providing much diversity to your party unless they break the mold in some way. But we'll see how they progress with it. Jean's charge normal attack is still considered non-elemental. It does float the enemies, but it is not an animo damage producer.
Written in the stars.
Come again.
I'm probably gonna start wrapping this up in about 15 minutes. It's starting to get pretty late. So if you guys got any final questions to get in, I'm definitely still all ears and here for them for about another 15 minutes or so. Oh, I mean, for sure. There's absolutely no doubt about it that there's going to be overlaps with the Traveler's elements. I mean, I just think that right now, because like they built out the Electro kit so much, like in terms of like how many Electro characters there are, because there's Electro characters in every weapon type except for spears. So, but there's an idea. I mean, if the Electro Traveler were an Electro Spear, that could be pretty cool. That would be the one option. Or unless they were going to add a completely new weapon type, of course. If they added a completely new weapon type, which I suspect they may be doing anyways. Of course, it's just, speculation at this point, but we haven't seen Kamisato Ayaka in almost 18 months. Like, her entire combat style was very much like Japanese sword, like a katana or something like that, but she was just using a standard one-hand sword as her actual weapon. So they could actually be developing a new weapon type for one-hand sword wielders from Inazuma, which might be why they retracted her from the list, as opposed to being a Inazuma resident living in Mondstadt. They just completely took her off that list and moved her, maybe they're changing her backstory and changing a lot of things about characters from Inazuma. Had a rifle weapon like the Fatui skirmishers. So, I don't know if that's something that I had considered before now, but, whenever they actually get around to adding the Snezhnaya region, that's probably not outside the realm of possibility. That might be one of the ways that they could actually continue to keep new characters and weapon types fresh as the game continues to develop, is to add things like that are already established as mainstays of a given region. So that's actually, an interesting thought. I hadn't really thought about that before now, but I'm actually glad you said that, because I think that actually could be possible. I certainly wouldn't be upset about it. Oh, dodged too early. Oh, okay, he just knocked me through the wall. It's alright. I swear I just heard a Abyss Mage. Huh.
Shadows of back at ya.
Brawler type, melee, hand combat, weapon type. Yeah, you know, when they showed all those characters in that trailer for, you know, all the future story chapters, that got me thinking about the possibilities of other weapon types that could come out. And, oh, there's that Abyss Mage I heard. And yeah, I do think that that's a distinct... Oh, that is not what I was trying to do. Oh, okay. Well, might as well lean into it. But yeah, so we could, yeah, I definitely think that we will be seeing a brawler type character. I think that that's probably a strong possibility after seeing those characters from that trailer. I don't know, still, like, the character that excited me the most from that trailer was Kamisato, because she's been gone for so long, and the character looked really cool in CVT1, so I really think that, she's not going to disappoint when she finally, you know, rears her head back out. Yeah, 1.1 is probably going to complete the story of Liyue. I'm hoping that we're going to, you know, get to move on to start the story in Azuma in 1.1, but that might be somewhat optimistic. But, you know, what with the Pioneer test applications having been done for this next round of testing, like, it might be a little bit further out than we were thinking. So, you know, it could, you know, as opposed to being, you know, only a couple of weeks out from release, you know, we could be still looking at, you know, another 2 to 4 weeks, maybe longer, depending on how long it takes them to process all that information. I mean, if we're going to look at, you know, similar timelines to what they did with previous Pioneer test, there was a month between, you know, the original Pioneer test and end date and the actual release of the game. Oh, by the way, to anybody who didn't know, Mona skates over water with her sprint. So you don't have to swim on Mona, but you will still drown if you run out of stamina if you're over the water. So yeah, one of the, like, if you get Mona for one thing and one thing only, this. Klee or Zal banner? No, there hasn't been any news on when or if we'll see one of those anytime soon. But in previous betas, I want to say it was CBT2. I think the order of the banners was Venti, then Klee, then Zal. So if we repeat the way they did it in CBT2, we could see it like that here. But that's just speculation. I mean, it could be completely different. Yeah, I mean, I really do think that the 1.1 leaks are, you know, should be taken with a grain of salt. I really, truly do. I don't know if anybody really should be, you know, counting those as factual information at this point, because they really are speculatory. It's really hard to count on any of that as actual information that one can rely on. Oh, okay.
Wind, hear me. Written in the stars.
Leaks are always rumor mill. Love the speculation. Yeah, I mean, that's what they are. I mean, it can be fun to speculate on what's going on, but with actual leaks, like, we do need to be careful, and that's one of the things, like I was saying to some of the people who were asking about that earlier, I haven't made any news videos about the leaks because I don't want to perpetuate false information. So if that information does turn out to be totally false, then those videos didn't bring you anything new or valuable, and that's why I haven't done anything on them. I've just continued to focus on the scale because that will bring you valuable information as opposed to information that may or may not even be true. Auto attacker, how should you be autoing? Spamming light attacks or do full light attack combo into a charged attack? So usually what I do with Mona is like one full round of full and then into a charge at the end, and then repeat and then reposition for a lure, and then slide behind usually, and then repeat again. And I insert other reactions into it as necessary to ensure that I'm getting, you know, good damage returns for it. Yeah, I noticed that you didn't really get any like full leak videos. Like most of the other people doing a lot of the Genshin news stuff have been covering the leak stuff, and I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. I just don't want to report on information that might not be true. Like, you know, like I said, I don't think that they're doing anything wrong. And you know, most of them have been upfront to being like, you know, take this with a grain of salt, but you know, like, okay, so you can say this, take that with a grain of salt, but at the same time, you're also saying, you know, like, take it with a grain of salt, but hope it's true. Like, so you're getting everybody's hopes up, and that's the thing I don't want to do. Okay, about how high of a plunge attack is safe. I get hurt from plunge attack sometimes. So, you know, I think that there's probably some testing that needs to be done in regard to that. I've definitely taken damage from plunge attacks fairly regularly, but there's other ones that I've taken none on. So we'll, you know, basically all we can do is maybe just do a little testing on that. Like, I could probably do it right here. I would be willing to bet this will be a small amount of damage from here. Nah, I kind of hit that wall. I didn't notice if it did any damage. I kind of focused on bouncing off the wall and my eyes went off where I needed to be looking. Let me move up here. Alright, let's see. So for here, I don't think there will be any damage. Yeah, that was nothing. And that's a reasonable height already. I mean, honest to goodness, the way I've always operated the plunge attacks is if you think it's too high, it probably is. There's a lot of times where I was like, I don't think that's high, and you know, like, I was fine, it's cool. And then other times where it's like, this is really, really high, but I'm gonna do it anyways, and I take like half my health pool for damage because it was really, really high. But it's definitely a lot better than just falling without it, so there's definitely that. Oh yeah, I mean, that's like the Dark Ages, man. Like, not having a plunge attack has gotta be brutal. I think from here, it's probably a very small amount of damage. Yeah, it was what, like 500 or 600 damage? It's not anything bad. Oh, you know what? I think I will finish up by going over here. See if all of those have respawned and see what kind of punishment I can give myself by fighting those all at the same time right now. I think it's that island over there. I wonder if this is too far to skate across. I think it probably is. I'll go over here. No, you can't cancel plunge attacks. No, there's definitely a chest in that boat. Oh, God, I'm just getting stuck on this. Fine.
Brace yourself.
Oh, that's a better chest than I thought it was gonna be. Oh, I got a 4-star out of it. Okay. That's surprising. Alright, yeah, so continuing over there. So I'm gonna go ahead and clear out this area over here, and then I'm probably gonna take off for the evening. So if you guys have any other questions before I get out of here, go ahead and hit me up with those. You think it's possible to build Diluc in free-to-play friendly manner, for example, with craftable weapons? Yeah, I absolutely think that you can do that. For instance, so most of the equipment in the game, you know, you're gonna get free-to-play regardless. So that would be basically like building him like I have my Chung Yun right now. He's got this weapon here, which I've already refined to rank 3. So that means I've had 4 of them in total. And that's totally, like, I didn't get any of these from rolls, I crafted them all. So you can definitely free-to-play friendly a fully built Diluc for sure. That shouldn't be a problem at all. If he's your mainline DPS, I would not build him as elemental resistance, however. I would build him as straight attack. Because if he's your mainline DPS and you're building him as elemental resistance, then most of his damage is going to come from reactions, which means you have to swap to other characters to extract benefit from him, which may not be ideally what you're trying to do.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Decided by destiny.
Let me scroll. Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Oh, ow, that hurt.
Eyes on me.
Hey, the last one didn't engage. Okay. Well, that makes that a little easier.
Written in the stars. Back at ya. Back at ya.
Okay, well, those were not a problem. I actually thought that was going to take a good deal longer. I made the mistake of being out here when I hit AR-30. So my world, like, literally leveled up, and then I walked straight into this area, and I did kill them all, but it took me, like, 15 minutes of just getting chased around. It was pretty rough. So that was a lot better than it was when I hit this world level a couple days ago. Let's see. Heavy hitter Diluc is good. Yeah. So he is good for damage as far as utility is concerned. He's basically only good for fire puzzles. And bosses like electrohypostasis, where a good fire character or an ice character are pretty much a necessity to kill the last round of the little cubes in its pre-death retreat thing. So yeah, Diluc's gonna fill out good in the backside of that for sure. But he's definitely a good character. If you have him and you want to use him as your main DPS, he'll fill that role very, very nicely. So here's the thing about everybody freaking out about Diluc, though, is it's because all these tier lists are taking into account the constellations at max. And
Astrologers
honestly,
must
I
rid
think
themselves
most
of
of us can
material
realize, like,
desires.
it's not really
Only by
realistic
ridding
to
oneself of
evaluate
clutter can
the
one-
entire roster for all players at C6. It's just not. Because, I mean, really, how many of us are ever going to get a C6 5-star within a reasonable amount of time? I mean, there's probably lots of us who may never do that. So, like, like a lot of these like arguments that Diluc is the best character for output at C6, it's almost like that's almost a moot point, because your likelihood of ever getting a C6 Diluc, you know, in the live servers is probably slim to none. Like, it's just not going to happen. Yeah, Sweaty, I think that's a good word choice for the way the tier lists are actually presented. Oh, I missed him. Yeah, I don't even need this thing. I already got that achievement. I'm just trying to shoot him while I'm hanging out, so... but yeah, like... Yeah, the tier list being built on that, it doesn't really provide a lot of value, I don't think. Just my honest evaluation of the way those have come together. They just, like... I get it that, you know, like, games tend to have them, and, you know, like... Probably somebody worked a little bit to put those together, but they're not exactly sharing the information overall that went into deciding, you know, who's the top of these tier lists and who's the bottom of these tier lists and why. They're just saying, you know, they are because their performance in Spiral Abyss is this, and it's like, oh, okay, but that doesn't really give you a good picture of the whole, you know, the whole character and what their kit is actually good at for 90% of the time that you're playing the game. Because you're not going to live in the Spiral of this. No, I'm only shooting a single arrow with my Venti. So, if you look at Venti's constellations, though, his very first constellation, I don't have any on him yet, but his very first one, Splitting Gales, turns his original shot into 3 shots. So it says fires 2 additional arrows per aim shot. So basically it splits into 3 immediately. I'm trying to get at least C1 on Venti, because that 3rd shot would be really nice. I do have the double shot constellation on Amber, and that is really, really nice as well. But obviously the triple shot on Venti is definitely better. Yeah, I knew what you meant. There might be a couple mages up here if memory suits me, unless they haven't respawned yet from the last time I killed them. Nope, they're still gone. My name scene? What do you mean, like this? Are you mean like what did I do to get it, or I don't know if I understand the question. If the question was how I got it, though, it was the Mondstadt achievement. Once you get everything done in Mondstadt, you get the Mondstadt name card. How big do I think Inazuma will be? I think since it's an island, it will be pretty small compared to Liyue. Probably a good few square kilometers. Your name, the movie. 2 shooting stars is what he wants. My name, the movie? Are you talking about like that guy who did like the Mondstadtians video or whatever? Where he like did like the weird like shots up into the air and then transported somewhere. Oh hey, there's a chest right there. What the? Well, you can tell I haven't been up here yet. There's just like a sword sticking out of this pedestal and a chest up here. I've definitely been up here to kill stuff, and I've not looted this, so yeah, it shows how thorough I was when I came up here. I was just like, oh, a pirate ship, cool, let's go over there and see Beidou's boat again. Google cover art. I mean, there's not really a good, like, teleport location, I think, over here for me to do something. Well, I guess there's maybe that if I were to shoot in the direction of that. Might be better if I were to do it at night, though, because you can actually see the shots better. I mean, that's a possibility. It's hard to say what they're going to do with it, but I would expect the Inazuma territory to be at least as large as Mondstadt. Yeah, I think it's probably safe to bet that it'll be at least that large. That actually did work. It's the first time I've ever actually done that. I'm kind of surprised I was actually able to see it come over the other side. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it does, but if it doesn't, you know, if it continues, you know, well, I don't want to say slow growth, because, I mean, so it took me like 2 months to get to 100 subscribers, and then I picked up another 800 in the past month. So, you know, you guys have definitely been, you know, responding to the content that I've made so far, and I'm really, really, really grateful for the support and followers that I have now, and you know, I'm really glad to have you guys, and I'm glad you guys have you know, stopped to watch tonight. And like I was saying earlier, I'm gonna be doing a Saturday night stream is probably what I'm gonna do. Most Saturday nights at 8 Eastern is kind of where my plan is to go from here forward. But if there is a desire for me to do more of them, I'll probably do them more frequently than that, maybe like once or twice additionally as things go on, so long as it doesn't interfere with, you know, making additional lore content and scale videos and all the other content that I have planned. So long as it, you know, streams don't get in the way of that, I will continue to do them for sure. If I have to choose between one or the other, then the actual, like, you know, scale videos and lore videos and stuff will definitely come first. But the Saturday night things I am intending right now to be a mainstay. Like, that way, you know, there's a baseline of, like, one guaranteed, you know, thing for my channel every week. And it'll be Saturday night, so you guys will know, you know, hey, like, I'll be here doing this. So if you want to, you know, stop by, ask questions, or just hang out and talk, you know, I'm here. Yeah, I mean, so nobody else has actually done, yeah, something like a scale. There's been some other channels discussing the tier lists, and they've done very well with those videos, but the thing is that, again, you know, the tier lists don't really, I think, provide that much value because they're very vague. So, you know, they exist, they're great, but yeah, nobody's actually putting in the legwork, I don't think, themselves, and if they are, then, you know, more power to them, but, you know, that I haven't seen anybody who's developed anything themselves to do it. So, yeah. Yeah, it's still going, although I think I'm getting ready to wrap it up here for the evening. I was actually going to wrap it up at midnight, but there was still a lot of people hanging out and asking questions and stuff, so I've just been kind of hanging out for a little bit extra, just to, you know, hunting stuff and wandering around. Activate the Stellar Predator skill official. Can't do it on my PC. Really in a fix. I don't know if I know what you mean exactly. Yeah, Alex, I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly kind of like what my intent was for the scale, is that, like, it's literally a bottom-up image of the characters from level 1 to about level 70. So, like, this entire mid-range that most of us are going to live in for the next, you know, 90 days, probably 90 to, you know, 120 days before we start breaking into mid-game, that's where the scale lives right now. And then as we start getting into the end-game content, I'm going to add a few more metrics to further evaluate the end-game for the character's growth between 1 and 90, and then also begin to do a C3 and a C6 evaluation of the characters with their constellations. And that way, all the free-to-play players can look at the, the base scale with no constellations, and then people who are gonna, invest a little bit of money here and there can look at the C3 evaluations if they're still gonna make it to endgame, and then, the people who are, full up, straight on whale, and they're gonna reach endgame and do everything and just invest everything they can look at the C6 scales and be like, this is, what's pertinent to me. So I'm kind of trying to make sure that, everybody can be represented, but the amount of work that it takes to produce that is pretty substantial, so that I can only do one of these things at a time. So right now I just have to work from the bottom up to what actually applies right now, which is the free-to-play scale, and that's the ones that I've been making right now. There won't be for the C6 or C3 and C6 scales and all these adjustments that I'll be doing for late game. I won't be doing individual videos for those characters, because right now what I'm covering is basically outlying mechanics that people don't necessarily know about, but by that time later on, people should have a better understanding of how the scale works and what to expect from it. So at that point, I can just do like one video that covers either the entire roster and what things changed based on the existence of those constellations, or maybe one video per weapon type and all the characters of that, or one video per elemental type and all the characters on that. But probably what it'll be is just one video for the whole thing, unless it's going to be too long, because that's one of the other things that I'm always trying to be conscious of, is not wasting everybody's time. So I don't like to make videos that are needlessly long. I don't want to make a 20-minute video to achieve what can be said in 7. So I try to make sure that the scale videos aren't too long, because I'm giving you a lot of numbers, and I feel like if I give you too many numbers and it's taking 15 or 20 minutes to get all that stuff out, you're gonna get bored. So if I can get all that out in 5 to 7 minutes, I think it's a better place to live, and so that's usually what my focus is. Oh yeah, the one when you shoot Oz, you shot him many times, doesn't work. Well, I can test that really quick, because my official has C4, I think. Oh, wait, I can't test it right now because she is... Unless she's done with that. She might be done with that. Let me go check really quick. And then after that, I'm going to wrap it up for the evening. Let me go check real quick. And thanks for stopping in tonight, Genshin. I do appreciate you showing up for tonight. And thanks, Lycan, I do appreciate it. The support from all of you guys is it really does mean a lot. I'm really glad that you all came in tonight and hung out. Even if you didn't ask any questions or engage and you just watched, that's great. I'm glad to have any and all of you here.
Quite busy recently.
Let me go over here. The whole lore video, and it'll be a movie. I think that would be a matter of whether or not I could stumble onto a theory. Oh no, my official's gonna be a while still. A theory that that would take hours to get out. It's not necessarily impossible. The lore of this game goes pretty deep, so it just depends on how many chains could be attached to one specific topic to continue to discuss, a certain idea. So yeah, maybe, you never know. Well, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take off for the evening, but I do appreciate everybody for coming on tonight, and just again, as a final reminder, I do intend to do this every Saturday night at 8 o'clock, so if you have questions, feel free to pop in on those and throw them at me. But if you want to, make contact with me and through comments on any of my other videos throughout the week, feel free to do that as well. I do try my best to answer all of those comments as they come in. It's getting a little bit harder for me to keep up with them now, but I still don't think it's not super difficult. I just have to make sure that I'm thorough about it right now, and I should be able to get to all of them within a day or so. Usually, just depends on my work schedule and all that stuff. So, but yeah, thanks for everybody coming in tonight, and have a great night. Oh, Hamim, yeah, I can when I get to the official video, I will definitely be covering like the idea probably of the Stellar Predator skill. But basically the way that skill works is because I have tested it. Yeah, you just shoot Oz and he produces an additional attack as opposed to only shooting when he normally would, and it's usually just a bigger damage attack. I have used it myself in the past. My current official does have it, so if you want next week, you know, I'll try to make sure that my official isn't on an expedition. I should have her leveled somewhat by next weekend as well, so if you haven't been able to get it to actually replicate anything, I should have it set up to do it next week. Or if you want, you know, if you touch base with me sometime during the week, if I've already messed with it, I can even just Google Drive a link to it to you. If you want to still see something from it, I can still arrange for that for you.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take this opportunity to get out of here for the evening. But yeah, not a problem. I mean, you have a good night too, and yeah, like I said, just touch base with me sometime this week, and we'll get that taken care of. But all of you have a great night, and I'll see you guys on the next one.